Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY, Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. I thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Do me a favor. Click on the thumbs up button. Also, subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Like I always say, if you want to be one of the first people notified when I drop some of this straight game, hit that little bell notification. Let's get right into it.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Right now, P. Diddy's attorneys have moved for a mistrial based on the misconduct of the prosecution, asserting that Diddy can buy his way out of this situation, ladies and gentlemen. Remarkable. You see it right here. You see it right here. Diddy's attorney has now asked that for a mistrial. Combs' attorney, they're back. The judge, my intent is to strike the record the record any testimony about the fingerprint cards and the destruction of them. I will note that the only answers were what the witness knew about the destruction. I sustained the objection to if it was abnormal. Combs' attorney, Alexandra Shapiro, we are going to move for a mistrial at this time based on the prosecutorial misconduct that has occurred. Some prospective jurors said Mr. Combs could buy his way out. This type of conspiracy is out there, and this bought into it. So the prosecution is running around talking about, yeah, Diddy could buy his way out and blah, blah. And like I said, this is crazy. Like I told you, they're not fighting a fair fight. If it's what you say it is, then it should be what you say it is, correct? Amazing, man. Amazing. Amazing. So the defense is basically filing a motion immediately for a mistrial. And like I said, they're only making it easier for Diddy, if you want to be perfectly honest, ladies and gentlemen. Shapiro, they should have ended with the fingerprints cards were destroyed. But they asked, did he authorize it? There's no way to unrung this bell. The only proper remedy is a mistrial. The prosecution, that's absolutely unwarranted. It is warranted. They over here, they're going above and beyond what they're supposed to be saying, trying to impute the fact that Diddy could buy his way out. This is not about no RICO Act, ladies and gentlemen. This is not about a RICO Act. Right? We seeing it right here in front of our face, man, the miscarriage of justice. At the end of the day, they already set it up for an appeal. And to be actually won on appeal. Like I said, the domestic violence is the domestic violence. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a lady come testify yesterday in court. I'm not talking about being on Diddy's side. I'm talking about actually what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. It's saying this is about justice. This is about each and every one of us. You know what I mean? We seen yesterday, the sheriff that was bribing people, giving people badges, people getting pardons. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. You know what's going on with the justice system. This is crazy, man. Yeah, look, you see it right here. Said Shapiro, right? They should have ended when the fingerprint cards were destroyed. But they asked, did he authorize it? There's no way to unring this bell. The only proper remedy is a mistrial. Prosecution. That's absolutely unwarranted. Prosecution. It was Mr. Agnafalo who wanted to inquire into the DNA, into the investigation. Your Honor, Your Honor can just say that the jurors should not draw any inferences from the destruction of the fingerprint cards. Judge, application for mistrial is denied. Come on, man. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. So we see what's going on now. Wow. Wow. Amazing. They say it ain't fair, man. So the judge just denied the application for a mistrial based on the testimony coming from the prosecution. They say, well, they wanted to know about the DNA. So if they wanted to know about the DNA, then they should be prepared to deal with whatever. Wow. Amazing. Thanks for the donation, Andrea. Appreciate you. Yeah, this is crazy though, man. Y'all, you see what just happened just a minute ago? They asking if Diddy authorized the destruction of some kind of fingerprint evidence or something like that, and basically kind of inquiring at the fact that, he basically could buy his way out or pay the police or whatever, something crazy, man. You know what I mean? And then a lot of people hold these thoughts. They really don't have any bearing in reality, right? But a lot of people hold these thoughts, and it's like, none of that's true. It had nothing to do with reality or anything that goes along with that. So. Yeah, man, it's like, come on, man. Pretty soon they're going to have Chat GPT lawyers. I mean, Chat GPT judges. They can rig them too, so wouldn't be no different, right? It said, as the court is aware, during the cross-examination of Ms. Ventura on the final day of her testimony, Ms. Ventura admitted to having sent the Intercontinental Hotel a demand and having received an offer, a settlement in the amount of $10 million just a week before her testimony. prior to and after the defense questioning, the government elicited perhaps misleading to the lay people on the jury that Ms. Ventura had no pending lawsuits against anyone else related to her relationship with Sean Combs, right? I picked up on this lie immediately, or should I say misstatement immediately, when she said that, because they asked her again at the end. She said, it says Ms. Ventura had no pending lawsuits against anyone related to her relationship with Sean Combs and no financial stake in the outcome of this trial. Regardless of whether that highly specific testimony was true at the time of her testimony, Ms. Ventura clearly had a financial incentive to frame the facts in a certain light throughout the government's entire investigation. Absolutely. The requested documents would reveal the extent of the incentive and clearly provide a credible basis for impeaching Mrs. Ventura's testimony. So they're going after Cassie. Mr. Combs is not merely hoping something useful will turn up. Ms. Ventura confirmed that she sent a demand to the Intercontinental Hotel and ultimately executed a settlement agreement. Aside from demonstrating financial incentives, the demand and other correspondence will contain Ms. Ventura's factual assertions concerning the March 2016 events and other material. The claims, factual assertions, and other material in the demand constitute evidence that the defense may seek to use at trial. The prosecution has made the March 16th incident at the Intercontinental and the resulting video footage the enterprise of its case. Absolutely. Not only for the sex trafficking account alleged in count 2, but also the RICO conspiracy alleged in count 1, including the alleged bribery predicate relevant to that count, which is connected to the incident at the Intercontinental Hotel. The factual assertions and claims in Ms. Ventura's demand could contradict the government's view of the evidence and or testimony at trial. Absolutely, positively so. Absolutely, positively so, ladies and gentlemen. Man. They want that settlement agreement that Cassie signed. Right? They're trying to say, listen, we write to oppose Mrs. Ventura's letter requesting that the court deny Mr. Combs' application to so order the proposed Rule 17 subpoena compelling Ms. Ventura to produce the documents. The subpoena is not unreasonable, oppressive, and seeks relevant material. The court should so order the subpoena. Yeah, absolutely. If she made a deal with the Intercontinental, they're making the video at the Intercontinental and Diddy's assault on Cassie one of the primary pieces of evidence in the case, right? Then, yeah. Wow. Yeah, they going after that, man. Because if she told them in her communications with them, right? If she told them something different from what's going on in the court, then that would be grounds for a mistrial, right? Judge sustained the objections and raised. So basically, the judge, I sustained the objections when raised. The jurors have already been told that the questions are not evidence. Ms. Shapiro, Your Honor, should tell the juror that the questions were improper. Not just that they weren't evidence, that the questions were improper from the prosecution. The prosecution, they weren't improper. You could say disregard both, right? Ms. Shapiro, will the court tell the jurors that the answers are not to be considered? Judge, I'll tell them that the questions and the answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to the case and not to be considered. Shapiro, thank you, Your Honor. All rise. Yeah, they playing dirty up in there, man. They trying to make, they're trying to plant seeds in the jury's head so that they can come up with a guilty verdict. Like I said, they haven't proved anything involving RICO yet. Yesterday, the young lady testified. She said she was kidnapped. She said she wanted her job back. She talked to the lawyers. She went in and talked to the lawyers for this case. She went and talked to the defense for this case and asked the Diddy's lawyer if she could talk to somebody about getting her job back with Diddy. This is the same person that got up on the stand and said that she was kidnapped by Diddy and taken over to Kid Cudi's house, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, man? Amazing. Amazing. Boy. Yeah, no feelings at all. You got to understand what's going on when you understand the law. Yeah, man, no feelings at all. They got to take their feelings out of it. Yeah, a lot of people say that. A lot of people say, yo, if you go to jail, oh, well, like I said, I just want, when you talk about somebody going to court and you fighting, right? And you fighting a good fight, it's not about it. A lot of times it's about money as far as, who you know and all of those things. But like I said, at the end of the day, if they're not playing fair in regards to your case, I think anybody should be treated fair and equitably. You know what I mean? I don't care how much money you got. But like I said, if you look at what happened just yesterday, Donald Trump pardoned, what is that? That sheriff convicted of bribery. He was giving people badges and taking money. You know what I mean? These are people who should be upstanding citizens who walked around and paraded themselves locking up people or who they considered criminals, right? You know what I mean? For whatever reason that they could do that because they had the power, who are held to be examples. So, when you're not really paying attention to what's going on, right? Then, ignorance is no excuse of the law when they come to get you now. You was doing this. When you tell them, oh, I didn't know. They don't give you no break. They're going to write you that ticket. Yeah, that's what it did. Right, absolutely, Mobet. It's always, oh, well, until it's them and their family. Now they need somebody help and talk to this person and talk to that person. We talking about facts here, man. It's crazy. The people that had that TV show, the couple that had the TV show, they just got pardoned from Trump. After doing only 2 years in jail. Man, they stole $30-some million, man. They ain't pay their taxes, all of that craziness. Let you don't pay your taxes for $200. And see, won't they come get you talking about, and the penalties and the blood, and treat you like you was the worst thing ever. But okay. Yeah, the justice system just not fair, man. We get it. We get it. Jurors enter. Judge, jurors, the question and the answers. So basically the judge is now telling them, the jurors enter, the questions and answers on the fingerprints are irrelevant to this case and are not to be considered by you. Please proceed. The prosecution. Did you interview the owner of the Porsche? Jimenez. Scott Mascuti? Prosecutors. Did you reach out to others? She didn't say, yeah, he didn't say, yeah, well, he did or not. Jimenez. I reached out to an assistant. Jimenez. Her name was Capricorn Combs Ignafalo. I'm going to object. The judge. Rephrase. Right? So once again, they feeling they not really get. I'm telling you, man, they feeling like they're not getting their case over. If you got a case, you lead with your case. You lead to win. Like I said, you don't have to do all of this trickery, all of these shenanigans, and all of that if you have the evidence to be able to win your case, right? If you overcharge, like I told y'all before, the reason that Tupac went to jail, they overcharged Tupac. They charged Tupac when he went to jail for the young lady in New York. They charged him with like 5 different charges, right? But they were hoping that he was going to take a plea. And he didn't. And he went and what they convicted him was, forcibly touching the buttocks, right, of a girl he had been with, who basically gave him fellatio in the first night she met him on the dance floor of a nightclub, right? So the fact that they had convicted him of that and gave him that kind of time, they disregarded any kind of facts involving the situation, because on the night that the situation happened, there was no kind of intercourse or anything like that. So the total R-word situation didn't even exist, but yet they still gave him the time that they gave him, right? So when you understand that, you understand, okay, cool. Because if somebody wants you, however they feel like they want to prosecute a case, like I said, just being fair and equitable. Like I said, I don't care whether Diddy go to jail or not. It doesn't bear on me at all. You know what I mean? Like I said, but don't send somebody to jail for something, that they should have went to jail for at the time that they should have went to jail for. The person that should have, called the police, or the police was called 3 or 4 times and they never wanted to give the person up because they thought that the lifestyle that they was living with that person was more valuable than their own personal safety. I don't feel no sympathy for that. You got to be kidding me. Because Cassie didn't feel like she wanted to give Diddy up because she wanted to live a certain kind of lifestyle. Because she wanted the car, the apartment, and all of the other fringe benefits that came with being with him, but didn't really care about the fact that he was, being violent and all of this. And the police called 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and she never wanted to give him up. Come on, y'all. Come on. Where's the accountability? There has to be. You got to show somebody who they are just as well as they want to show you who you are. So where was the accountability? You know what I mean? And the same thing for Diddy. Like I said, he has to take accountability for him hitting on her and doing what he was doing to her. But like I said, it can't happen if the person don't let it happen. She eventually got away. She just got $20 million from him, right? She just got $10 million from the Intercontinental Hotel. So she $30 million up, right? Come on, man. They 1 minute they want to hold you to this standard of the situation, but no, don't dare hold her to the standard of the situation. Come on, man. This is about accountability. Yeah, absolutely. Giffy, you heard it yesterday. Capricorn Clark wanted to come back after she sit there and said Diddy kidnapped her and took her out of her house or whatever. She said she wanted to come back and work for him, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, y'all. We at least make it make sense. You know what she missed? She missed the money. She missed the lifestyle. She missed all of the benefits that came with being around Diddy and working for him. It's just that simple, right? Mr. Jimenez, I reached out to the assistant. Her name, Capricorn, Ignafalo. I'm going to object to rephrase the prosecution. Who did you reach out to? Jimenez, Capricorn, and Cassie Ventura. The prosecution. Did Capricorn respond or assist? Jimenez, no. The prosecution. How did you reach out to Cassie? Jimenez wasn't able by phone. Tried through a family member. Prosecution. Did you reach her? Never. Prosecution. Were charges brought? Jimenez, no. But I never closed the case. It's listed as inactive. Prosecution. Nothing further. So I basically here they come with the cross. They're about to come with the cross examination also. So check this out. Let's see what happens with this today. So cross-examination. Combs Ignafalo, there was a DNA hit on the glass bottle for female DNA, correct? Listen, y'all, they talking about Kid Cudi's car. Remember, they was trying to blame Diddy and say that he did, blew up the car, whatever, right? But these are the facts, not what somebody was trying to allude to on the stand that didn't have any factual backing of what they were trying to say. Judge, cross-examination. Combs, Ignafalo. There was a DNA hit on the glass bottle of the Molotov cocktail that was thrown inside of Diddy's car, right? For female DNA, correct? Jimenez, yes. Ignafalo, do you remember when the results came back? Jimenez, maybe 6 months. Ignafalo, the test on the bottle, it was important, yes. See, they about to get to the bottom of it, man. So once again, the Molotov cocktail that was thrown in Kid Cudi's Porsche, right? The DNA on the bottle that was used, that evidently it didn't explode, right? On the bottle that was used, came back as a female. Jimenez, yes. Do you remember when the results came back? He said maybe about 6 months. Ignafalo, the test on the bottle, it was important. Yes. Y'all don't understand how many people get railroaded in court because they ain't got a good lawyer. Right? Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that. They leading with their emotions and the hate that they hate for Diddy. Like, dude, you know, this is an example of somebody having enough financial wherewithal to be able to fight their case. You know what I mean? Like I said, you got a lot of unscrupulous lawyers out there, you know what I mean, who will do things. Yeah. And like I said, you know, time only tells, and it will usually catch up with them. So. He said, you would have yelled out. Yeah, that was yesterday, Kathy Rose. He said, you will yell out. Sticky Fingers, what's good? Yeah, but like I said, you know, somebody come to court and testify that you kidnapped them, but yet they won't come back and work for you again. It doesn't make sense. You got to make this make sense. And she's trying to talk to Diddy's lawyers, acting Diddy's lawyers to talk to Diddy about her wanting to come back to work for him. This is crazy, man. Combs, Ignafalo. What does it mean? Partial DNA, female. Jimenez. I have no idea. I was told if we had a suspect, we could test against it. Ignafalo. Any other DNA on the bottle? Listen. When trying to get to the facts, right? So Diddy's attorney basically saying, what does it mean to have partial DNA? Or the female, meaning that's what the DNA result says, right? So they're looking at that. Jimenez, the officer says he has no idea. I was told if we had a suspect, we could test against it, right? Ignafalo, Diddy's attorney, again, any other DNA on the bottle. Now, the prosecution is now saying, objection. The judge, rephrase. Ignafalo, DX, 852, just for the witness. Boy, and we're to think that they want to be truthful, man. Lord have mercy. You know, don't we want to get to the truth? Here we go. Combs, Ignafalo. That's a glove, right? Jimenez, yes. Ignafalo, did you find another glove? Jimenez, no. Ignafalo, Did you test the glove for DNA? No. I understand it belonged to the owner. It was a driving glove. So they found a glove, and it's basically saying they think it belonged to Kid Cudi, right? P-Funk, what's good? Snipes, what's good? IDKU, what's good? Prophet Sarcastic, Limitless, J Mac, Kathy Rose, Ray Johnson. So they're basically saying they found the glove and it belonged to Kid Cudi. So they think, right? This is crazy, man. So the glove that they found on the scene, they basically said they didn't test the glove for DNA. The officer said he was under the impression that it belonged to Kid Cudi for some odd reason. So, you know, people, and then the first thing when you see somebody but a glove, you see how you know where they going with that, right? Let me show y'all where they going with it. Look, this is how they do. Look, check it out. Watch this. It says something about a glove, right? "30 seconds ago. Combs, Ignafalo, your premise was that the Molotov cocktail was dropped. Did you think the person who dropped it would have worn gloves, right? Jimenez, perhaps. Ignafalo, it would have been lost. I mean, it would have been hot, right? Only the wick. So only the wick of the, like if they put like a t-shirt in there with some gasoline, kerosene, whatever, only the wick would have been hot. But he's basically questioning the fact that, you know, there was a glove there, and what you're saying was a shoddy investigation based on the fact that there's a partial female print on the glass bottle, right? And then they find this glove. But the glove, they don't even test for DNA because the officer said he's under the impression that the glove belonged to Kid Cudi. Not really sure. He's just under the impression that it did, right? And like I said, Lance Jimenez is an arson investigator. Said female DNA was found on the glass bottle used to bomb Kid Cudi's car, right? The defense attorney Mark Anofalo suggested that Jimenez contacted Capricorn Clark, Sean Diddy Combs' then assistant, in March after recovering DNA. But Jimenez testified that he doesn't believe the two events were related. Huh? What do you mean? How they wasn't related? So what was, wow, crazy. Now I'm trying to figure out why wouldn't they be related if you calling, if the allegation is that Diddy did something and he's calling Capricorn Clark, right? Right. So they're basically saying that the linked DNA had nothing to do with. I mean, if you're thinking about the big picture, let's be clear. Then who would he be contacting? I mean, the situation allegedly involved a female, Cassie, right? Right? Yeah, this is once again. So like I was telling people the other day, they was like, oh, they did file for try to get a mistrial based on prosecutorial misconduct involving the situation, and but they weren't granted that. The judge denied it based on the DNA, the testimony about the DNA evidence. It was being alleged they're putting out there that Diddy could buy his way out of anything or whatever. You know what I mean? So basically, they showed a jury is shown a photo of a black glove in Kid Cudi's Porsche. The jury saw a photo of a black glove in the back seat of Kid Cudi's Porsche. Arson investigator Lance Jimenez said he didn't recall finding a second glove inside the car. Jimenez said he didn't send the glove for DNA testing or collect it as evidence because Kid Cudi said it was his driving glove. So I guess that got down to the bottom of that. That's where we at right now, talking about only the wick of the Molotov cocktail. DJ Crazy K, what's good? Dickie Leonard, what's happening? Gerald Pipers, Mo Better, what's good? Always a pleasure. E Styles, what's happening? Warriors for Life. P-Funk. SLLE 44. They say make sympathetic female crackhead great again. Y'all funny, man. Like I said, when you think about the big picture, man, of what this is, right? They basically talk about the single black driving glove was found in the back seat of Kid Cudi's car. Jimenez told the court upon cross-examination. Jimenez testified the glove belonged to Kid Cudi and that it was not sent out for testing as part of the investigation. Defense attorney Mark Knopfler asked if the person who dropped the Molotov cocktail in the Porsche was potentially wearing a glove. Jimenez said, it was possible, right? Now, the sad part, they also testified, Jimenez also testified the fact that he couldn't reach Cassie, right? You know what I mean? He couldn't reach Cassie or Capricorn Clark at that particular time, and says he believed that it was unrelated from that perspective, right? You know what's interesting though? They're trying to get the settlement agreement that Cassie made with the Intercontinental Hotel. They're trying to get that information so that they can use that, like I said once again, because it is pivotal based on the fact that the video that the prosecution is using to try to convict Diddy, right? You would say 78% of their case is based on that video. And saying, hey, this is a racketeering and blah, blah, blah. I mean, even though they haven't showed us what, in the racketeering and corrupt organization, how somebody benefited, like I said, the underlying crimes and like arson and this, that, and the other. Well, we just heard from the defense in the cross-examination that the DNA was a partial female print, right? That could have been Capricorn Clark fingerprint. As far as we know, she could have been in the car hooking up the Molotov cocktail or whatever. You know what I mean? We don't know. Like I said, it was a female DNA, a partial print of a female DNA. So, yeah, that part, like I said, we can't want it to be somebody else. You know what I mean? And the evidence is showing us that it's not who they want it to be. You know what I mean? Like, even though I had a female, Diddy did it or whoever else did it. You know what I mean? It can't, the law doesn't work that way. It simply doesn't work that way. So basically, there was a the debate So check this out. So this is important. So arson investigator Lance Jimenez said the case of the 2012 firebombing of Kid Cudi's car remains open, but attempts to reach out to people of interest went nowhere. Listen, y'all. Jimenez said Cudi, whose real name is Scott Mascuti, gave him several names of people to talk to after the fire. He testified that he reached out to Jimenez, the detective, reached out to Capricorn Clark because Kid Cudi gave Capricorn Clark name to the investigators. And also an associate of Combs, also a half dozen times, he basically reached out to her, but she never responded back. So Capricorn Clark never responded back to Officer Jimenez's request for whatever, because Kid Cudi gave the officer her information. Jimenez said he also reached out unsuccessfully to Cassie Ventura. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the person, Cassie was the person that Kid Cudi was allegedly trying to save from Diddy, right? So he gets his car firebombed, gives up information where he's giving, trying to get to the bottom of what's going on, say, hey, these are two people you can reach out to. who called him on the phone, warned him that allegedly Diddy had a gun and all of this other stuff, right? But when they tried to reach out to them, none of them responded, including through a family member. He tried to get in touch with Cassie, right? In his view, Jimenez said the fire was set deliberately and was targeted by that female, whoever a fingerprint was on the fingerprints, right? We back. Ignophilo, right? The damage, it's on both sides of the bottle, right? Jimenez looks like it. So I guess they're looking at, looking at the bottle. Looks like it. Ignophilo, did Mr. Muscudi have more than one Porsche? Jimenez, I think he had a second one in the garage. Ignophilo, why isn't it in your report? Jimenez, it was not involved. Let's see where they go with this. And I think what Diddy's attorneys are trying to, kind of point out is that there was a poor investigation. The investigation was not done to the satisfactory of a thorough investigation, if you will, right? The glove wasn't tested. He said the Kid Cudi said it was here. I can understand that. But basically saying Kid Cudi had two Porsches and one was in the driveway, right? Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay, and then it talks about the judge denied Diddy's long shot motion for mistrial over jury hearing about destroyed fingerprints tied to Kid Cudi's home break-in. A judge and a submarinian denied a long shot bid by lawyers for Diddy, for Sean Diddy Combs for a mistrial after jurors heard about missing fingerprint evidence connected to Kid Cudi's December 11th home break-in. Combs' lawyer, Alexandria Shapiro, called for a mistrial in the middle of testimony by fire inspector Lance Jimenez after he told jurors two fingerprints taken off of the door at Kid Cudi's home after the Bad Boy Records allegedly broke in were destroyed by the LAPD months after August 2012, right? So that's what it was about. So fingerprints were destroyed that referenced or led to or in relation to Kid Cudi's house being broken into. They said they took fingerprints, but the fingerprints were destroyed. After the jury was sent out of the courtroom, Shapiro said prosecutors were unfairly trying to plant the idea with the jurors that Mr. Combs had something to do with the destruction of these fingerprints. But Shapiro responded by saying her question of Jimenez were asked in good faith, right? No, I guess the prosecution responded by saying that her questions were asked of Jimenez in good faith. The judge denied the motion and decided to simply tell the jury that that part of Jimenez's testimony should be disregarded. Crazy. Wow. Wow. Ignophilo, you were unable to reach Capricorn Clark or Cassie Ventura. When did you reach out? Jimenez, in the first few weeks. Ignophilo, are you sure? Tell us everything about these calls. Jimenez, I believe Capricorn's brother answered, and we disagreed. So I don't know what that means. So Capricorn Clark's brother, the LAPD officer, a fire inspector, should I say, basically said that, he said, you reached out, he said, after a couple of weeks. And Ignophilo basically tell us everything about the calls. Jimenez, I believe Capricorn's brother answered, and we disagreed. So I don't know what they disagreed about, but that's evidently a something. They say Kid Cudi a buster. I think it's funny. Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, you can't pin it on nobody. But like I said, they're trying their best to allude to. You see how they tried to do that. The fingerprints were destroyed, and so they're trying to allude to, oh, Diddy had them destroyed. You know what I mean? But like I said once again, that's grounds for an appeal. Even though the judge didn't grant them their motion for a mistrial, that's still grounds for an appeal. Hill was good. Ray Johnson was good. Real Israel was good. Big Dog Gaming was good. Miss Ashley was happening. Always a pleasure. Hustle Hard. Mo Better. E Styles. Limitless was good. But to be perfectly honest, y'all, Kid Cudi can't rap, man. I heard some of his stuff. I was like, what is this? It's like chants. I was like, wow. Okay. But we've been so far removed from what we understood to be real hip hop music, if you will. I would think Kendrick Lamar kind of brought it back a little bit. The lyricism, the craftiness, you know what I mean? The wordplay and all of that. J. Cole, a couple other people, man, really, give you something that you can ride to and really think about, man. Everything else is kind of like, if this dude gonna sign the deal, we gonna sign him, we gonna market him, we gonna promote him. So after he said he believed Capricorn's brother answered the phone and we disagreed, Combs Ignafalo. And once Mr. Mascuti told you it was his glove, you didn't investigate the glove anymore, correct? Jimenez, I did not. Ignafalo, nothing further. Right. So basically, they're establishing that it was a haphazard ass investigation from that perspective, and the judge basically is asking if the prosecutor wanted to throw in some redirect, and the prosecution basically saying, when did you speak with Mr. Mascuti? Jimenez, the same day. The prosecution basically nothing further. So they're about to get to the next witness. They got like 30 more minutes before they usually try to break for lunch. So they're going to probably get to the next witness and, wonder who that is. You know what I mean? Who they're going to be calling next as the next witness. Fatima in the building. Oh yeah, Fatima, what's good, Fatima? Always a pleasure. Yeah, like I said, during her time working for Combs, Capricorn Clark said Diddy repeatedly threatened her life, subjected her to lie detector tests, and once pushed her in 2006 at his Miami home, among other things, right? But basically wanted to be rehired again. Wanted her, Diddy's lawyer, to talk to Diddy about giving her another job, if you will. Rehiring her. Actually, she did. She actually went back and worked for Diddy, ladies and gentlemen. As a matter of fact, she got hired and went back and worked for the same guy that she alleged that kidnapped her. I think she went back in like 2016, if you will. Jerry, appreciate you, Jerry. Jerry said, so if I'm the suspect or accomplice in arson, I can just ignore the investigator and they'll leave me alone. I know. How about that? How about that though, Jerry? All right. They ain't going to try to go knock on the door. You know what I mean? Like I said, they wanted who they wanted and how they wanted them. Yeah. It's crazy, man. Okay, they got Nash up. So now they got next the government witness calls Deontay Nash. Deontay Nash. Who is this? Who's Deontay Nash? I don't know who that is. Next witness, prosecutor, government called Deontay Nash. Are you under subpoena? Nash, yes. Prosecutor, do you want to be here? Nash, absolutely not. Prosecution, what's your work? Nash, a celebrity stylist. Prosecution, in 2008, Nash, for Puff and Cassie. So this is a celebrity stylist that they're about to, should I say, examine on the stand, if you will. I am good. What's good? Andre Styles. Shannon Morrison. Fatima's in the building. Hit the like button, hit the share button, hit that thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Very much appreciated. Everybody here today. Absolutely. So now they got Diddy's and Cassie's stylist, Deontay Nash. We're going to see what Deontay got to say. The prosecution. How'd you get hired to work for Cassie and Diddy? Nash, through a Craigslist ad for Bad Boy Entertainment. Prosecution, this photo, is it a fair and accurate portrayal of how you look at that time? Nash, not even close. Prosecution, it's a glamour photo. Nash, yes, I look amazing. Oh, man. So Deontay said he giving himself props up on on the stand. Prosecution asks, how'd you get hired to work for them, meaning Cassie and Diddy? Nash, through a Craigslist ad for Bad Boy Entertainment. Prosecution, this photo, is it a fair, accurate portrayal of how you looked at the time? Nash, not even close. Prosecution, it's a glamour photo. Nash, yes, I look amazing. Okay. Okay, Mr. Nash. Moving along. A prosecution. How often would you witness Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura interact? At least once a week. So that's not a lot. A prosecution. What did Mr. Combs call Miss Ventura? Nash. Are you kidding me? Y'all see that, right? Prosecution asks, how often would you witness Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura interact. Nash, at least once a week. So once a week, the prosecution. What did Mr. Combs call Miss Ventura? Bitch, hoe, CC, baby girl, slut. He would call it an outright hoe and a slut. Anyway, right? Prosecution. How did she react? Sad. Remember, I told you guys from the video that I did the other day with my friend Edmund, right? Edmund Laurent. Like I say, look at the video. I told y'all they was going with this sad move. They're going with the sad move. Edmund described in his book about the time he was with Cassie one time and Diddy was there and how sad she looked, right? And so once again, now they're trying to go into the feelings a part of what this is versus what Daniel Phillips testified to, and also the other guy, the other escort guy. So I'm wondering, like I said, if they're going to bring Edmund, if he's going to testify in this situation, because like I said, he was heavily used according to his book. He was heavily used by Diddy and Cassie. As a matter of fact, he said basically after one time he was with him and Diddy was yelling and all of that craziness, he was like, he refused to work with him anymore, and he went to be hired by a new dance company. I guess that's what they call it, a dance company. And Diddy and Cassie actually sought him out with the new place that he was working for, or agency, or whatever you want to call it. And they asked for him again, and he basically said no, he didn't want to deal with Cassie and Diddy no more. So that's exclusive. Yeah, like I said, check out the videos that I put out yesterday, if you will, and the day before. Prosecutors, did Mr. Combs make threats? Nash, yes. That he would beat her ass? We already know about the violence, would we? Come on, man. That he would beat her ass? That he'd send her sex tapes out? Prosecution. How often would he say he would beat her ass? Nash, quite a few. It drove her crazy. She would be super emotional. She might stay in the house for days. But he said he only seen him once a week. So, I mean, how would he know all of that? But Mr. Nash, like I said, I'm looking for somebody that's going to give some substance. He said, well, I seen him like once a week. But she would stay in the house for days. How would he know that? Unless he was talking to her on the phone. If you only see them like once a week. Say dumb diddy dumb diddy dumb. Yeah, like I said, hustle hard. You're absolutely right. I mean, it kind of defies logic. I get it. If that's what they wanted, you know. Yeah, you know what I mean? They trying to put their best case forward, man, you know. Like I said, I can't wait to see what the cross-examination looks like. You know what I mean? You know. Absolutely. So the prosecution, how often did Mr. Combs say you could not go out without his permission? Nash, twice. The first time we went to a gay club with Kyle and Adrian. Then we went to her LA apartment. Puff called and told her she better bring her ass to his house. She panicked. That's a relationship. You know, for some people, that's a regular relationship, girl. You better bring your ass over my house. You man, stop playing. You know what I mean? And like I said, somebody else's assessment of what that is, and she panicked, right? You know. But like I said, if you're listening to somebody outside, describe what happened, boy, it's gonna be with a lot more drama and crazy unnecessary detail, if you will. Yeah, I think from what I understand, and I think Mr. Nash might be, like I said, from when he said earlier, he said this is a glamour shot, and he was like, and I look amazing. You know what I mean? I'm kind of inferencing that, that's why they went to him and his friend. He said, Nash says twice. The first time we went to a gay club with Kyle and Adrian. Don't know who they are. And then we went to her LA apartment. Puff called and told her she better bring her ass to his house. Now, what I didn't understand what the prosecution asked here is, how often did Mr. Combs say you could not go out without his permission? Not, or I don't know if he's talking specifically about the guy Nash being the, what's the name? Or he talking about Cassie. When he said, how often did Mr. Combs say you could not go out without his permission, right? And so when he says that, did he allegedly call the apartment looking for Cassie and told her she better bring her ass to his house, she panicked. So I'm thinking they're talking about Cassie and not the, this Nash guy or whatever. That's how I take it. But the question was like, how often did he tell you? Meaning him, like he was, trying to basically claim jurisdiction over Nash's life. What did you understand? So basically she asked, so what did you understand Mr. Combs saying? Combs, Xavier, Donaldson, objection, overruled, Nash. And she packed her stuff. We went to her house. Prosecution, did you attend a Vanity Fair party? Nash, yes. Oscars after party in 2014 with Cassie and Puff was there. Prosecution, how did she look? She looked bomb. I don't know if the jury understand this. So Nash said she looked bomb. Her hair was Combs, Donaldson, objection, overruled. Nash, her hair was long. Puff picked me up and threatened me. I pinned her hair up. Prosecution, she record music often. I don't know. Like I said, in the trying to transcribe this, sometimes I think Inner City Press, doing the best they can to give it to us from the courtroom, may mistype sometimes. So he said, so he pinned her hair up. Her hair was long. Puff picked me up and threatened me. I pinned her hair up. I don't know if it was long and Diddy wanted it pinned up, and for some odd reason, Nash is saying that Diddy picked him up and threatened him, I guess. Like, pin her hair up, whatever, Prosecution, what was your role? Nash, I helped pick songs. Come on, man, stop with that. He's trying to stop with that, man. Dude, you a stylist. You ain't no A&R, dude. These people be tripping, dude. Hold on. The prosecution, what was your role? I helped pick songs. I probably should have been called an executive. Combs, Donaldson, Diddy's lawyer, objection, judge, sustained. It's shit funny. He's like, I probably should have been calling an executive. Right? Wow. Prosecution, her mixtape, was it ever sold? Nash, no. It was put out free, but it did well. A top download. right? So Cassie was doing music according to Nash. According to Nash, Nash said he was picking songs. He was the stylist, the A&R. Basically, he said he should have been an executive producer. This is funny, man. It's funny. This is funny. Yeah, Nash a little flamboyant, man. Yeah, he flashy. He flashy, fly, and flamboyant. Yeah, so that's what we had the top download. Nash said I should have been the A&R, you know. Diddy was cutting me short on my checks, man. Yeah, it is more better. It's gonna be fun. Dude talking about I was claiming song. I was picking out songs. I was picking out beats. You know what I mean? I was telling them what kind of hooks would write. You know what I mean? I was doing it all. Let Nash tell it. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Nash say that the mixtape was a top download because he had something to do with it. You know what I mean? Like, look, man, I was picking these songs out, the top 3 songs, man. I picked them out. They brung him in as a stylist. I don't know. He wanted to tell it all. Nash, it's what he say. Nash said, how did she look? She looked bomb. Her hair was Combs, Donaldson overruled. Her hair was long, puff, picked me up and threatened me. Told I pinned her hair up. Did she record? It's funny. He said, what's that? What was your role? I helped pick songs. I probably should have been called an executive. The defense lawyer, Donaldson, says objection. The judge says sustain. Like, stop with that old shit, Nash. Prosecution, her mixtape, her mixtape, was it ever sold? Nash, no. It was put out free, but it did well. A top download, right? Wow. That was funny. Nash going overboard so tough that the lawyer got to object and the judge sustain. Wow. Yeah, he cutting up, Miss KP Bailey. You can't make it up. Absolutely, Ray Johnson. I see the same thing. Everybody was kind of jockeying for position, if you will. You know what I mean? Trying to be on Puff's good side. Capricorn Clark, she talking about Cassie didn't like her. Cassie wanted her fired. Then after she claimed she was kidnapped, she went back, wanted to work for Diddy again. Actually, he did hire her. And it's like, come on, man. Come on, really? Wow. Oh, man. Here we go. We're moving on, ladies and gentlemen. And then they still dealing with the music thing. It's like what are they trying to get at? The prosecution. How much of her music was released? Nash. I'm being generous to say 10%. Yo, how would he know? This is crazy, man. They have a stylist on the stand testifying as to how much music of Cassie was released. You would be talking to an A&R manager or production manager or product manager at Bad Boy, right? You wouldn't be talking to the stylist, right? But okay, cool. You see it. How much of her music was released? Nash say, I'm being generous to say 10%. Prosecution. This would be a good place to break. Judge. No jurors. You may break. Jurors leave. Then Nash. Judge, Miss Comey. What he'll say about 2013 is not about the tapes, no? So I guess the judge is trying to figure out, because the judge kind of threw with this shit too. The judge, like, you know, what he gonna say about 2013 is not about the tapes, correct? Oh man. like you say, like somebody in the chat say, man, you can't make this shit up, man. Oh man, this is funny. They look, they're like, we almost done with this Nash character. Hopefully the cross-examination is not that long. You know. Nash, say how much of music was it released? I'm being generous, 10%. How would he know? Like, dude, come on, man. Right, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, they're gonna take a break for lunch. We're gonna take a break for lunch. Like I always say, more importantly, yo, if you have not, this book right here, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I always believe in helping promote good quality entertainment, knowledge, substantive. This book right here is awesome, ladies and gentlemen. By a guy by the name of Donald Richardson, no relation to me. He did 23 years in and out of New York State penitentiaries. And on one of his jail bits, he was locked up with Tupac at Rikers Island. And he got exclusive stories in reference to Tupac's journey through Rikers Island at the time he was down at Rikers. As you can see on the cover, like I said, the picture of Tupac and Mr. Richardson on there. Like I said, yo, you got to copy it. It's on Amazon. And like I said, more importantly, we're going to be back. We're going to be back after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with me. I appreciate you. Your boy DELRAY, Straight Game. We're going to be back.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. Let's get into some of this straight game.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. We back. They're bringing everybody back in the courtroom. And so we're going to go back to it like we were at it at first. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go and get with it. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They bringing them back on up in here, trying to win here. As you can see, they're back before the jury, and witness Nash brought in the prosecution. We want to show Mr. Nash a photo of this afternoon's witness, Mia, without the screen in the gallery showing the photograph. So this is what they want to do right now, ladies and gentlemen. They want to show Nash. Oh, so ladies and gentlemen, Rita Ora was the singer. We didn't get that information, but Rita Ora was the singer that Cassie allegedly went to the gay nightclub with. The Stylist testified to, Mr. Nash testified to. So that's something else we didn't know, right? So that's where we are right now. Let me see. So yeah, right now they're talking about, I guess the prosecution wanted to show Mr. Nash a photo of this afternoon's witness, Mia, without the screen in the gallery showing the photograph. So I guess Nash is about to testify to something I think he allegedly knows about Mia. She's also supposedly one of the victims. So we're going to hear what victims of assault at the hands of Diddy. The jury is entering right now. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you guys sticking around. More importantly, supporting the channel. Trying to look through the clutter. Say, yo, DELRAY, you see all of this Reggie stuff just dropped about Suge. Yeah, Chat Martin, I've been seeing that, man. Yeah, you know, I told y'all, man, like I said, you know, Reggie, like, Suge finally really catching on. And I think a lot of, back in the day, people really didn't understand, like, you know, you think somebody, you know, right next to you, they got your back. You see the video I dropped this morning in regards to what he did 3 days after Tupac died. I don't know if you guys seen that, but like I said, that's a great piece of video right there. Very informative, man. So, like I said, more importantly, hit that like button, hit the share button. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. I appreciate your time, energy, and attention, and your participation. Reggie the Rat. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Let's get it rocking. Let's get it rocking. As you see, they bring the jury back in. Judge says, all rise. The prosecution. How many times in person have you witnessed Mr. Combs be violent? Nash, quite a few. Prosecutors, this is a sealed exhibit. Without saying her name, do you recognize this person we'll call Mia? He says, yes. Prosecution, call me up. What were you and Mia helping Cassie pack for? Nash, the OVO Fest in Canada. Prosecution, that has to deal with Drake, right? The OVO Fest in Canada. Prosecution, who came to the door? Nash, Puff, he said, bitch, did not tell you to answer your phone? Then he dragged her by the hair and hit her. Prosecution. How hard was he hitting her? Nash would know, he couldn't feel it. But I'm saying I understand where the prosecution is going with this. But I mean, how hard was he hitting her? As if Nash substituted his face for 1 or 2 blows, you know. The question should have been, was he hitting her hard? You know what I mean? Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we back at it. Combs Donaldson objection. Judge overruled. Nash. Very hard. We ran to the bathroom, but Puff pushed it open. I think he said she ran to the bathroom, but Puff pushed it open. He continued to attack Cassie with his fist. Prosecutors, what did you do to try to help Cassie? Nash, I jumped on Puff's back. Nash is superhero. Nash said, I jumped on Puff's back. He threw me off. Mia too. So it's drama. Nash is involved with the drama. Nash breaking up fights. He's selecting songs. He's styling. He said he should have been an executive. I'm trying to get to the part where there's racketeering. This is domestic violence gone overkill. I'm really trying to get to the part where they're talking about this criminal organization. I still have yet. I see a lot of domestic violence. Like I said, wasn't Nash's place to jump on Puff's back. Nash should have been locked up for assault, as well as Puffy should have been locked up for assaulting Cassie, right? With how they say, violence will not solve the problem, right? Because Nash wasn't being attacked, Cassie was, right? And they didn't say what year this was, because despite Nash jumping on Puffy's back, Cassie still stayed with him. Yep, besides doing all of that, you know what I mean? Putting himself on the line, thinking he helping her, and doing all of this, right? Cassie still stayed, right? Nash basically said, I jumped on Puff's back. He threw me off. Mia too. Nash. Cassie's head hit the bed frame. She was bleeding, but Puff continued hitting her. Prosecution. Where was Mia? Nash getting towels. Prosecution. What did Mr. Combs say to you, Mia and Cassie? Nash. He said, look what y'all made me do. He said she'd go to a plastic surgeon. So I guess this is they're basically, he's basically corroborating what Cassie had talked about before she went to some Drake festival or something like that. So don't call the police. Nobody called the police. Everybody was getting towels and jumping on people's backs, but nobody called the police. Even Nash didn't call the police, right? Would that have affected his job? If he called the police on Sean P. Diddy Combs, would he have been the stylist anymore? / A&R manager / executive, according to him. The prosecution with who? Nash. D-Rock, he was Puffy security. Prosecution. After that, when did you see her? Nash. The next day. FaceTime or something like that. She had a gash in her eyebrow. Prosecution. Were you once cooking with Cassie when Mr. Combs got violent? Yes. Puff came. I could see this being a chapter in Nash's book, Cooking with Nash, right? He said it was Chat Martin, not the first time a man jumped on Puff's back. Drake already got dropped in. I mean, not that he got dropped in, but you know what I mean? His name got mentioned. Cassie mentioned his name about the OVO festival, talking about that's why they were going to Canada. So that had already got mentioned. A prosecution. What did Mr. Combs say? Nash. He said, y'all better get out of my house. He was grabbing her by the hair. He pushed her out the door and then began to do the same to me, but I don't have hair. What the hell, man? Come on, man. This guy Nash is yeah. He's trying to get famous. He need a few interviews or something. So basically, the prosecutor said, what did Mr. Combs say? Nash, he said, y'all better get out of my house. He was grabbing her by the hair. He pushed her out the door, then began to do the same to me, but I don't have hair. He popped me. He told me to go downstairs and wait. I don't know what he popped me. I guess Diddy allegedly hit him. He said he popped me. He told me to go downstairs and wait. Well, you in that man's house, so, you know, I would have just left. He told, listen, check this out. This is the part that I trip off. Like, he said, yeah, go downstairs and wait. Go downstairs for what? Nah, I'm leaving. I'm done. He don't want you in his house. You know what I mean? He got feeling some kind of way about you being in his house. I'm leaving. I'm not going downstairs and waiting. Waiting for what? Like I said, once again, here's another situation where Nash is around. And this is what I'm talking about, this constant, this behavior, right? You know, he sees Cassie go to the thing when going to the Drake OVO concert. She got the gash under her eye. He said, I speak to her on FaceTime or something like that, right? And then he said, like one time, she said, the prosecutor asked, were you once cooking with Cassie when Combs got violent, right? So now, I don't know if this was before or after, right? Okay, cool. It's still going on. He's still hanging around. He said, Puffy popped me. He told me to go downstairs and wait. What, going downstairs and wait for what? What you waiting for? Man don't want you in his house. He told you get out. I'm getting out. I don't need to be there. What you mean? But Nash went downstairs and waited. Crazy. You see, said Nash, they came down and Puff was berating us. As we drove off, we got a phone call. Diddy's lawyer, objection. Judge, new question. Prosecutor, call from who? Puff. He told us to stop, and he came to the window. He said he'd put her sex tape on the internet. Okay. So Nash knew about the sex tapes. All right. Confirmation of information. And so my thing is, he's saying that he's gonna put the sex tapes on the internet. And what? I mean, I'm trying to figure this out. Like, and what? What did that make Cassie do? Right? What did it make her not do? I'm trying to figure it out. Like, what the hell? I'm gonna put your sex tapes on the internet. Okay. And what? Nash, Puff said he'd send her sex tapes to her parents' job and get them fired. That her brother was a bitch and that only he protected her. Prosecution, what did you tell her, Nash? That Puff is on some sex tapes too. She said, he is not. He was taping her with other men. Okay. And like, if you listen to this testimony right here, right, you would think that Cassie wasn't involved. Like, you would, like, you know, she was totally being recorded by Diddy with other men. She didn't know nothing about it, and, you know, so on and so forth, right? And so what was the motive? What's the motive? The motive is to do what? He's saying that to Cassie to do what? He just put him out the house. He just told him get out. So it wasn't to get her back. If he wanted her at the house, he probably would have told her stay in the house or stay with me or whatever. And that be that. So it's toxic all the way around, man. Like, what? Unless that's what they get into, right? The prosecution, what did she say about wanting or not wanting to have sex with other men? Donaldson, objection. Judge, overruled. Nash, that she didn't want to. I drove her to Sunset Boulevard to get a taxi. Prosecution, why? Uber wasn't really a thing yet. Call that nigga Petty Puffy, man. Dude. Yeah, but I can't blackmailing her for what? You know what I mean? They boyfriend and girlfriend, they got a relationship. You blackmail people for the advantage of something, right? What was the advantage, right? Other than being vindictive. You feel me? I mean, somebody can be vindictive, and it's like, but, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's to be vindictive, but like he had, when their assertion is he had all the power, he had all the money. What he blackmailing Cassie for? To do what? You know, yeah, that, like I said, I guess that's the $1 million question. You know, Nash, he seemed like he was just happy to be in the mix, man. A lot of people were just happy to be in the mix, right? Nash, Puff came to my house looking for her. He looked in my oven. I'm not sure why. Puff took my phone and Cassie called from a hotel. Puff said, let's go there. Bad boy staff stayed there. Prosecution, what did Mr. Combs say? He said, go get her. I guess when he said bad boy staff stayed there, I guess at the hotel or whatever that she was at, from that perspective, prosecution said, what did Mr. Combs say? Nash. He said, go get her. And Nash went and got her. Because Nash didn't want to lose his job, y'all. Nash didn't call the police. Nash didn't do none of that. Cassie didn't call the police. Nobody called the police. Right? Amazing. They said Pup was just seeing if he was breaking brownies. Yeah, like I said, it was a relationship. But he, like I said, he chasing after, wanting to know where she at, and coming to people's house, and all of this other nonsense, man. I'm like I said, I'm trying to get to the part where they talking about this racketeering thing, man. I'm trying to see the benefit of the corrupt organization. Was Cassie the benefit? What was the benefit? What was the prize? Right? And like I said, when they allegedly said that Diddy was hitting her because she wanted to go to the OVO concert, right? First thing he said was, look what y'all made me do. He wasn't even accepting responsibility for his actions. Indication number one. So hold on. So hold on, ladies and gentlemen. New information. After Diddy said, "Look what y'all made me do," the guy Nash. This wasn't in the testimony. The guy Nash said he called 911, but someone told him to hang up the phone before the call connected. He testified he can't remember who told him to hang up. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy's lying, man. He just said the people that was in the house, right? He said it was him, Mia, Cassie, and Diddy. Right? It was him, Mia, Cassie, and Diddy. You know who told him hang up the phone? Cassie did. I guarantee you she did. Yep. So because, see, if Diddy told him to hang up the phone, right? Then he would say that Diddy told him hang up the phone. He telling everything else. But see, he now, when the thing comes about that he called 911, but someone told him to hang up the phone before the call connected, yeah, the cross-examination going to be good on this one. He testified he can't remember who told him to hang up. He remember all of those details, all of the violence, everything jumping on the back, what Diddy said, look what y'all made me do. But somebody told him hung up, and there was 3 other people in the room, and he can't remember who told him that. So you know what they're going to ask him on cross-examination? They're going to be like, so you said that you called the police and someone told you to hang up the phone. Was it a male voice or a female voice? Right? And then that's where they're going to get him at. Watch this. He said Combs told them a Ventura would go to plastic surgeon with his security guard. Nash said when Nash saw Ventura on a video call the next day, she had a gash on her forehead near her eyebrow and stitches, Nash said. So, yeah, we're going to see. Yeah, the cross-examination is going to be great. Nash, I went to Cassie's hotel room with D-Rock and Tony. She jumped up. She was frightened. She said she would jump off the balcony. Prosecutors, how high was it? Nash, it wasn't the first floor downstairs. I saw 4 or 5 of Puff's security waiting. Right? Nash, Puff told me you played me. I drove off, but Puff security followed me. I turned off my lights and drove really fast. I went to the Universal Sheraton. Prosecutors, did you go home the next day? Nash, yes. I found my backpack was stolen. It had $1,000 in it. The drama of Cassie and Diddy. Chapter week 2. Shit is crazy, dude. But Nash said he called the police, but somebody told him to hang up. He don't remember who told him to hang up when the situation happened at Cassie's house. Prosecutors, why did you keep $1,000 cash? Nash, so when Puff was mad, I could check into a hotel without giving my name. Huh? Like, come on, man. Stop it, man. He exact. So when he kept $1,000 in his bag, so when Puffy would get mad, he could check into a hotel without giving his name. What do you mean? You had your own place. Mad at who? You didn't have to go around no more. You understand? You see what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's like, you don't got to be around Puff no more. You can go home. You can quit. Be like, I'm done. I don't want to go through this no more. Somebody stole my $1,000. Cassie getting beat up. I tried to call the police. Somebody told me to hang up. You know what I mean? It's like they wanted to be a part of this drama, man. Right? Why did you keep $1,000 cash? Nash, so when Puff was mad, I could check into a hotel without giving my name. You're not checking into no hotel and not giving your name, man. What hotel are you checking into and they not giving them some sort of ID, man? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. What hotel can you check in that they not gonna ask you for ID? A Roach Motel, I don't think that they'll do it. They still want to know who's staying there. They need some kind of ID, man. Prosecutor, what happens in 2015? Nash, I saw Puff slap Cassie in the face. He said, get this bitch out of here. Prosecutor, what did you do? Got her out. So what was Nash doing? He see all this. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, get out of here. So now, Nash is sitting there watching all of this going on. We got the OVO. We got the cooking incident. We got this other incident in 2015 where he said, I saw Puff slap Cassie in the face. He said, get this bitch out of here. Prosecuting, what you do? I got her out. You know what I mean? So was he helping Cassie? Or was he complicit with Puffy's behavior? Is the question. Once again, Nash doesn't have to be there. Nash is there for a check. Basically saying, look, I kept $1,000 in my bag, so when Puffy would get mad, I could check it to a hotel and not give him my name. Oh, man. And not just say, you know what, man? I quit. This job ain't for me. I appreciate you. Thank you. Amazing. Prosecutors, the perfect match premiere. What did you see? Nash, Cassie had a black eye. This is after the Intercontinental incident, ladies and gentlemen. The perfect match. This is 2 days after the Intercontinental, the hotel video that everybody's seen on CNN. Prosecutors, the perfect match premiere. What did you see? Nash, Cassie had a black eye. Prosecutors, when was Mr. Combs violent with you at the music video? Nash, he said, when was Mr. Combs, or should have said, was Mr. Combs violent with you at the music video? Nash, yes. I was outside smoking a cigarette. Puff came and threw me on the car and started choking me out. Yeah, not that in Country 87. That's when I'm like, yo, why you didn't quit? After the first incident, you still around. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. This is the thing about money. This is what money will make you do. You see it right here. He wasn't. Now he's claiming that he was abused too. You know, so Puffy, you know, now he choked him out or whatever. This is what he's testifying to now. But dude, man, come on, man. I wish I was on the job and somebody tried to treat me like that. Man, you got to be kidding me, man. Cross-examination is going to be brutal. Nash, Puff said, y'all keep going out. I guess when he's allegedly choking Nash, Puff said to him, y'all keep going out, prosecutors. Did you report anything to the police? Nash, no. I was afraid of retaliation from Puff. Stop lying. See, he lying. He just said he tried to call the police over at Cassie's when something was happening to Cassie, but somebody told him to hang up the phone, but he can't remember who told him hang up the phone, right? But he hung up the phone. Now, he getting choked out allegedly, and the prosecution is asking him, did you report anything to the police? He said, no, I was afraid of retaliation from Puff. Prosecutors, did you get anyone on staff? Nash, Christina Karam, prosecutors, what did she say? Nash, that she would talk to him, right? Nash didn't want to lose his job, man. He was willing to take the abuse, the assaults, if it actually really happened. He was willing to take all of that for a check, man. He was willing to take all of it for a check. Yep. Yep. So Nash was taking Cassie to the gay clubs or whatever. Puff getting mad. Puff said, y'all keep going out. Prosecutors, did you report anything to the police? Nash said, no, I was afraid of retaliation from Puff, right? Did you get anyone on staff? Christina Karam, KK. What did she say? That she would talk to him. No. What you should have did, Nash, like any civilized individual, was quit that job and file a lawsuit. Period. Point blank, period. Quit the job, file a lawsuit. It was the chef did. She quit the job and filed a lawsuit. She got like a $500,000. You know what I mean? So, yeah. He said Nash bonding, huh? Jay Sinatra. Queen for life, what up? Drew Manga. Country 87, Mo Better. Andrea, I am good. Snipes. Chat Martin. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Now here you go. Look. This is the revealing thing right here. The crazy part about it. Look, check this out. Prosecutors. Did anything change? Nash. No. Prosecutors. How often did you help Cassie hide? Nash. Often. Prosecutors. What did Mr. Combs do? Nash. He would blow our phones up. KK would too. She would say Puff was calm. Cassie would come back. Yeah. So Cassie would always go back. No matter what happened. She would always go back. So no matter if you called the police, no matter if he allegedly jumped on Diddy back, she would always go back. So, fighting a losing battle. And like I said, once again, it's different when you live with somebody and you have to deal with that. Husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, y'all live together, right? But Cassie had her own place, right? Diddy was funding it, sure. But like I said, at one point, she would leave, go home to Connecticut. When she first showed her mom the bruises, like, as a mom, she's supposed to say, no, you're not going back out there. You know what I mean? You're done. And right then and there, call the police, get a lawyer, file a lawsuit, and do what she had to do. But she didn't do it. And she did it now. Nobody can tell anybody what time to do whatever they need to do. But like I said, yeah. I guess as it boils down, one can say and say this with confidence, to each his own, right? To each his own. Everybody different. Prosecutors, did Cassie tell you she was going to a hotel with Mr. Combs? Nash, yes, weekly. She would pack sex toys. Prosecution, did she say she wanted to go? Donaldson, objection. Judge, overruled. Nash, she said she didn't want to go. Prosecution, her 29th birthday. Tell me. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is somebody saying something on the stand versus what we heard from the text messages and the emails between Diddy and Cassie. Her saying, yes, she wanted to go. Yes, she was thinking about another freak off. As they broke up the last time, Diddy asked her, you want to do one more freak off? She said, no, I don't want to do one more. She said, I want to freak off for the rest of our lives, right? Like, so, but Nash got a story to tell. Yeah, this cross-examination is going to be good. Look like it's going to be lengthy too, because the prosecution's direct is quite lengthy also. So they basically saying, tell her about the 29th birthday. P-Funk in the building. Hustle hard. Yeah, like I said, we heard from Cassie. I mean, we seen it. Like I said, dude having this revisionist thing is like, Did she want to go? Objection. She said she didn't want to go. On which occasion? Right? Because according to the sex worker dudes, dude was like, nah, she didn't seem like she didn't want to be there. We're going to see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. On the 29th birthday, here we go, y'all. What happened? What happened, Nash? Puff asked me, listen, y'all, he's still around. Puff done choked him out, threatened to throw him off the Bay Bridge. All of these other things, tossed him off his back when he jumped on him. Nash, Puff asked me, should he surprise her on her birthday? Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on, man. This guy, Nash, is here 1 minute. Listen, you got to go to the prior testimony, right? Cassie, she didn't want to go to the hotel. The prosecutor, did she say she wanted to go? The objection from Donaldson. Judge overruled. Nash, she said she didn't want to go. Next testimony. Nash, Puff asked me, should he surprise her on her birthday? Prosecutors, Comey, what did you say? Nash, girl, Nash, what did you say? Girl, I was not about to tell him not to surprise her. He talking to the prosecutor like she is homegirl or something. She said, girl, I was not about to tell him not to surprise her. This shit is hilarious, man. This shit is hilarious. Listen, man, y'all, you clearly see right here, right? So now everything's peachy keen, everything's all good, right? Nash, Puff asked me, should he surprise her on her birthday? This is somebody who's in love with somebody. All of this other stuff they're trying to do. Okay, cool. What Comey said what? What did you say? What Nash say? Girl, I was not about to tell him not to surprise her. The prosecutor say, did she use the word freak off with you? Nash, not like freak off, more like freak off? Like a verb. Like a verb? Yes. Man. Man, this is crazy, man. So now, dude got choked out, thrown off Diddy back, seen Cassie get her eye busted. All of this trauma and drama going on. So everybody, they would say, well, Cassie was trauma bonding or whatever they want to call it, right? So what was Nash doing, y'all? He was Nash bonding or cash bonding. You know what I mean? He was bonding with that money. Come on, man. It's a toxic relationship. They on drugs. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. The funny part though, with Nash say, he talked to the prosecutor, Comey. She said, so what did you say? He was like, girl, you can see him on the stand right now saying this, right? Girl, I was not about to tell him not to surprise her. Why? Because he would choke you out again? Come on, man. Nash said he was willing to jump out of cake for Cassie. I'll jump out the cake. You know what I mean? Boy. Woo! Prosecutors, where did you go after the blind dragon? Nash, 875 Comstock, like 17A. Puff said, y'all gonna get some dick tonight. Oh man. Oh man. Puff said y'all gonna get some dick tonight. Prosecutors. What did Miss Ventura say? He said y'all. He said y'all. I don't know what Nash was doing. You know what I mean? He said y'all gonna get some dick tonight, right? AUSA. What did Miss Ventura say? Nash. That she didn't want to go, but he made her. They left the house. She was super high. This is his testimony, right? Right. We got to take it for what it is. Nash said, Puff said, y'all gonna get some dick tonight. So who was he talking about though? He said y'all. You know what I mean? If Nash said the 875 Comstock like 17A, Puff said, y'all gonna get some dick tonight. Prosecutor say, what did Miss Ventura say? That she didn't want to go, but Puff made her. They left the house and she was super high, right? So how about you, Nash? Was you high too? Or you don't get high? You know what I mean? See how people exclude things in their testimony? He said, y'all. Yeah, he was cash bonding, man. Yeah, he was cash bonding, man. Come on, man. Gonna set up you want me, should I surprise her? Because, I mean, it seemed like, 1 minute the relationship was volatile, even with Nash and whoever else was around him, right? But then the next minute it seemed like, when I guess thing wasn't going Puffy way, I don't know, was he, the drugs, whatever it was, it seemed like, he would kind of, be off the deep end or whatever, right? Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. He said, y'all gonna get some dick. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how did that work? You know what I mean? From that perspective. I don't know, man. I don't know, Nash. Why would he say y'all, Nash? See, remember, Nash knew about the tapes, the sex tapes. See, he confessed that Diddy threatened Cassie about the tapes, right? So, prosecutor, New Year's Eve 2017. Where were you, Nash? Vegas, with Cassie and the staff, all on the same floor of the hotel. Puff's room was at the end of the hall. Prosecutors, what did Mr. Combs tell you, Nash? That Cassie had been asleep for 24 hours. I had to take her up. I would think, wake her up. I had to wake her up, right? Okay, instead of take her up. Like I said, sometimes there's typing errors. When shout out to Inner City Press when they trying to, give that coverage from inside the courtroom. Absolutely queen for life. She loved the money, the lifestyle. She loved everything about it, man. Now she got her own money. She got $20 million from it. He said Nash wanted to be down, huh? Yeah, Nash is a character, man. Yes, indeed, man. Nash, I had to wake her up. That's what I thought it said instead of take her up. I had to wake her up. Prosecutors, did she wake up? Nash, she woke up for me. Prosecutors, what did Mr. Combs say? Nash, that he'd spent all this money, so she had to. Then there was a low budget producer. Yeah, this is crazy, man. He spent all this money, so she had to. There was a low budget producer. I don't know what he talking about. Like I said, that must be an inside Nash joke. Here we go with the cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with the cross-examination. It's about to get juicy. The prosecutor, how many of your meetings with prosecutors did you end early? Nash, probably all of them. Prosecutors, did you stay in touch with Mr. Combs? Yes. Oh, he stayed in touch with him, man. Look at this, man. Prosecutors, what was your tone? Nash, loving. He was loving the puffy. Oh, my God. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Prosecutors, why? Nash said, I don't hate him. It's just not me. No further questions, Your Honor. Let's get to this cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorn, cookies, and snacks out. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. No further questions. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, they're taking a break right now. It shouldn't be that long of a break. They should be right back within a couple of minutes. Like I said, don't go nowhere because they're going to come right back. It's not like the lunch break, like I told you guys before. More importantly, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I always, if you haven't gotten this book, man, you got to get it. It's on Amazon. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, by the author Donald Richardson. No relation to me. Donald Richardson spent damn near 23 to 24 years in and out of New York State penitentiaries. As you see the picture on the front, it's confirmation information. This is him and Tupac at Rikers Island. He got some hella stories in there talking about Puffy, talking about the Quad situation, the Ayanna Jackson situation, and a host of other situations and things like that. A confirmation of information regarding Jada Pinkett, the whole 9 yards. And like I said, you got to pick it up. It's on Amazon. It's a short read. Like I said, more importantly, pick it up. And like I said, don't go nowhere. We're going to be right back. As a matter of fact, we're gonna stay right here with you like this. On the refresh. Check it out. I'm going to let you see where we at right now. The judge says break. They taking the break right now, probably like a 5 or 10 minute break. Then they coming back on with Nash. Let's go. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, we back. Old Nash, man. This was, if nobody else made this situation or this day interesting, Nash was a hell of a piece of entertainment for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Nash was a hell of a piece of entertainment, man. So like I said, right now they're on the break. Hopefully it won't be that long. They usually just take a little break, a little short break or whatever. Let me see. Where we at? See if I can bring up put up on some other information. And like I said, most people don't understand, like with the Diddy's his thinking, right? Whom much is given, much is required, right? So now, Diddy, and then no excuse, you should never put his hands on Cassie, right? But, you know, he's paying for this, he's buying a car, paying for her phone, all of this stuff. He's like, you know, when I call you, you pick up the phone, you know what I mean? And, you know, some dudes is like that. Evidently, Diddy is one of those guys. You know, money or no money, you know, he's insecure for whatever reason, right? And so, you know, a lot of times having money enhances a person's insecurity. It doesn't dampen it, right? Another thing we didn't, Nash testified. Another thing is that Diddy panicked when he made Cassie bleed, right? Yeah, check it out. So Deontay Nash further detailed the incident in which Sean P. Diddy Combs hit Cassie Ventura until she banged her head on the bed frame, causing her to bleed. Combs only stopped hitting her when he noticed the blood, Nash says. So now, one minute they're saying, you know, that he kept hitting her when she was bleeding. Then another, you know, news. And that's why I said you got to really do your own research, because a lot of times, man, they just be putting out stuff to try to get clicks and views, man. Say when he noticed the blood, he just panicked. Nash testified. Combs said, then, look at what y'all made me do. So that sounds a little bit more accurate. Like I said, a lot of times, man, the exaggeration, people like to exaggerate. That's just what they do. And we didn't make them do that. They just did it on their own, right? So yeah, we still on break, ladies and gentlemen. So, and also, this is another thing that's being alleged. Diddy blackmailed Cassie, Deontay Nash, basically said, Sean P. Diddy Combs threatened to release explicit footage of Cassie Ventura, Deontay Nash said. Combs once told Ventura he would release the footage online and send it to her parents' jobs to get them fired, Nash testified. Nash said he tried to comfort Ventura by telling her Combs was on tapes too, but Ventura said he wasn't, because he was filming her having sex with other men. So Cassie, I guess, confessed to Nash at that particular time. Ventura previously said that Combs would ask her to participate in freak-offs during which she'd have sex with other men at his direction. Ventura and her mother both previously testified that Combs blackmailed them by threatening to release explicit videos and pictures of the singer. Now, blackmail them for what? Right? I don't understand that. I don't blackmail them for what? Like, what's the benefit if he has all the money, right? This is the running thing. Blackmail. What is he blackmailing them for? I'm just confused, man. I'm confused. And Cassie's mother did not say that Combs tried to blackmail her. That's a lie. So whoever pushing this theory online, that's not what she said. She said that Diddy demanded money that he had put up for Cassie to work with Kid Cudi after he found out that Cassie was dating Kid Cudi. He said he wanted his money back. It wasn't about no blackmail, and it wasn't about no videos, from what I remember, right? But like I said, if you let a lot of these news organizations speak on it, they're going to speak on it, like I said, for whatever reason. I don't even know what that, like I said, like I said, they rely on a lot of people not having information. And so if you don't have information, then you're forced to go and believe whatever they putting out. And usually that's how it works, right? YouTuber's back. YouTuber back. YouTuber, don't get banned from the chat again, YouTuber. Keep it civil. Keep it civil, man. Or brother, sister, whoever you are. No, we're not defending YouTuber. Please don't come over here telling us what we're doing and what we can and can't do and what we can and can't say. Don't try to come over here and Diddy us, player. We don't do that over here. Either you're going to come in here and, you say what you want and all of that, but don't tell us what we can and can't do. And don't say nobody defending Diddy. I've made it clear 10 times that Diddy doesn't need a defense from me or anybody else in this chat. As a matter of fact, Diddy got what? Diddy got 10 lawyers. He doesn't need none of us in here to defend him. And us defending him, guess what? It ain't going to help him out no way. So. No, and I chat. You know what? I totally respect that, chat. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like I said once again, it was up for Cassie to leave. Though she could have left. Nash, he talking about getting choked out, and then talking about Diddy asking him, "Well, do you want you want me you think I should surprise her for a birthday party?" Like, this is a relationship that's going on between two people, right? So, like I said, once again, people make threats all the time. Women make threats against men. Men make threats against women. You never heard of, yeah, if you don't bring your ass home, I bet you when I see your car, I'm going to bust out all your windows. You know what I mean? I bet you I'll cut your tires up. Da-da-da-da-da. Threats made all the time, right? You don't get out, I'm going to call the police. Da-da-da-da-da. Whatever, right? And so this is all a part of relationships. This is relationship stuff. This is not a racketeering and corrupt organization. This is a guy who was a stylist, who claimed to be an A&R, picking songs, who wanted to be an executive, right? Who sat there and watched a couple get into a fight, so much so that he jumped on the guy's back trying to help her out, right? All of these things, once again, this is all domestic. This is not a criminal organization. Not one time did you hear the prosecutor ask Nash, did he feel like he was part of a criminal organization? Right? Not one witness that they put up there has been asked, did you feel like you were part of a criminal organization? No. What he said, that he was hired to be a stylist, not a gangster, right? He was a stylist who was there to witness personal interaction and a disenchantment between Diddy and Cassie, however crazy it might be, right? When Nash said he got choked out, he didn't leave. These are facts. You can't blame me for commenting on what we actually seeing and reading, right? Absolutely not. But when we get down to this cross-examination, it should be interesting. Yes, indeed. absolutely Hosea Lynch. Right. Yeah. Reggie the Rat. Like I said, once again, man, I tried to put y'all up on game a while ago, man. Like I said, Gullible John is bankrupt. You know what I mean? Like I said, that's why they not really on camera like they was. And for the people that don't know involved in that situation, you heard Suge is now alleging truly, honestly, that Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. had something to do with the setup of the death of Tupac Shakur. Yeah, it's a lot that Suge didn't know, man. I tried to tell people like, well, why did Suge put him in charge of the company? Reggie never ran Death Row. That was the lie he was telling people. Most people didn't understand that, though, but they're starting to understand it. Yeah. No, Reggie the Rat is responding to Suge Knight's conversations about him. And like I said, once again, they were on here talking about other people, about what their finances were and things of that nature. And we come to find out that Gullible John is financially insolvent and had to file Chapter 7 bankruptcy after coming on the internet talking about everybody else, ladies and gentlemen. These are facts. You see what Suge just went on, I think it was News Nation or one of those channels, and talked about how Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. Involving in the situation with Biggie and how him and Gene Deal are friends or something like that. And, Suge throwing out these accusations and things. Like I said, I don't know how true it is, but yeah, that's what he been saying, man. Yeah, it's crazy. I told y'all that Reggie was complicit in the death of Tupac Shakur by way of malfeasance and causation. You know what I mean? I gave it to y'all a long time ago. Like I said, people were over there drinking the Kool-Aid over at Bums First, drinking the Kool-Aid. Hey, I'm not going to tell you to put the cup down. All I'm going to tell you that, man, hey, look, man, we back, ladies and gentlemen. We back. Here we go. We're going to get with this cross-examination, man. This is going to be interesting. Like I said, so, hey, to each his own, man. At the end of the day, before jury back, prosecutor, this witness has a flight back to LA tonight. We'll rebook if we have to, but if we could stay a little later and finish with him, I know he'd appreciate it. So they said Nash would appreciate staying in New York one more night, y'all. You know what I mean? Nash gonna go home. He coming home to write his book. He gonna write the book. Come on, Nash, put the book out, man. If he ain't got one out already, we don't know nothing about. The judge, I think we can. The judge is like, Nash is truly entertaining. I think we can. I told the jurors we might stay until 4. Juries entered. Let's go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. The cross-examination of Nash. I think Nash has been the most interesting person testifying thus far. We're going to see how he hold up under this cross-examination. This is going to be sassy, ladies and gentlemen. Because Nash is not having, we can tell right now, Nash not having it, y'all. Hey, J-Mac, you a fool. Yeah, Queen for Life, I see that. I seen that. I thought about that. Like I said, even if it's the humiliation, right, of what this is, and all of the other stuff. But like I said, once again, being able to prove some kind of criminal organization when you simply have been describing domestic situations, I just don't see it, right? I just don't. He blackmailed this. No. How could someone blackmail someone when the person that they're dealing with is the person that's helping them be successful? See, now, if let's say, for instance, Cassie was signed with Def Jam and she had a relationship with Puffy and they had disenchantment. He was like, I'm going to put these tapes out because she has a total different business situation with another entity. Now, I could see that being blackmail, and I can also see that being something that somebody would ask for finances for. But this situation here, he's the provider of the finances. He's the provider of the place that she live in. He's the provider of the car, the cell phone, the allowances and all of those things. you can't blackmail somebody with a video from that perspective, and the person is actually signed. That would be spending good money and doing something stupid and just losing it all and losing the interest from that perspective. That just doesn't make sense. So he's gonna invest all his time and money in Cassie to put out this video to say, look, ooh, well, where did you get the video? So it's all gonna come out. It would come out that, hey, yo, he filmed it. This was him. You know what I mean? This is the ultimate thing that happened. And so, yeah, I can't even see blackmail. I can see threatening somebody, like, you know, whatever, but like, yeah, I can't see that. Let's go. The judge said, he basically said, I told the jurors we might stay until 4. Jury enters. Judge, we might stay until 4. Mr. Donaldson, Combs Donaldson, how are you? Nash. Nash says he's blessed. I'm blessed. Donaldson, when he met with the government, you had an attorney present, correct? Nash, yes. Donaldson, the subpoena didn't mean you had to go to their office, right? Uh-oh, Donaldson about to get him, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to get interesting. You know what I mean? Hit that like button, hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Tell a friend. We over here on Straight Game, giving the gavel, credit to our inner city press, who has a plethora of information dealing with federal cases and things like that. Yeah, so we gonna get into it. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and like I said, if you have not, yeah, tell a friend. Boom, let's get it. Mr. Donaldson, you hired a civil lawyer, Mr. Dunn, to represent you considering litigation against Mr. Combs. Nash, he says no. Donaldson, does this document show that? They coming to get him, man. The defense attorney's coming to get him, man. See, Nash just said no. Donaldson says, does this document show that? Nash, it's their assumption, but no, I have counsel to protect me. I don't do federal court. I told you, dude. Hey, look, I told you y'all this is going to be entertaining. So listen. So Nash trying to come up, man. Nash trying to come up. So Attorney Donaldson basically said, you hired a civil lawyer, Mr. Dunn, to represent you considering litigation against Mr. Combs. Nash says no. Donaldson got the documentation. Does this document show that? Right? Pause. It's not an assumption when you fill out a civil, a document dealing with something civil, or hire a civil attorney versus a criminal attorney, right? A civil attorney, right? He deals in civil matters, right? Nash, it's their assumption. No, it's not, Nash. You hired them. It's your assumption. It's not theirs. But no, I have counsel to protect me. I don't do federal court. Oh, man. I told you, dude. Nash, look, Nash come to entertain today, man. Nash said, I don't, he said that like, he's like, I don't do Louis Vuitton. I only do Prada. My goodness gracious, the Lord. This is funny, man. He's like, I don't do McDonald's. I only do Mastros. Oh, boy. Douglas, on March 10th, 2025, you did not tell Miss Comey that you are considering a civil complaint against Mr. Combs. Nash, no. See, they done already caught him in the lie. The first question they asked him, he lied. He said that he wasn't suing, but in fact, that's what it is. And so, because he just admitted to it, right? I told you they're coming for him, right? Combs, Donaldson, on March 10th, 2025, you didn't tell Miss Comey that you are considering a civil complaint against Mr. Combs. Nash, no. Donaldson, DX 1800s. What is this? Nash, Cassie in the video for the mixtape. Donaldson, and 1801. Nash, Cassie and Usher. Boy, they coming to get him. I told him he better, boy. Listen, before the trial started, I was telling people, I'm like, yo, when you get into the courtroom, it's a whole different monster. It's a whole different monster, man. You are under oath, right? And once again, they have already caught him in a lie, showing that he's after money. And people like, don't try to defend Diddy. No, these people that coming in here testifying, right? These people that are coming in here testifying said that they got all of this salacious and gracious info. It's simply not that. It's a money grab. He got a lawyer already. So what he gonna sue Diddy for? For choking him? When he went back and Diddy asked him, so you think I should surprise her for a birthday party? And he like, girl, you don't think I ain't gonna tell him no to da-da-da-da-da. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. He said, new world order, huh, Aaron? It said, I was thinking the whole thing cut out creative. Yeah, well, yeah. Nash is, I think he's a stylist, right? Yes, and I think so. I think so, creators. As a matter of fact, from what I've looked up on the internet, yes. And from all appearances, should I say, right? Like I said, don't know for sure, you know what I mean? But like I said, for all appearances, yeah. But Nash just got caught in the lie, so we're gonna deal with that aspect of it right there. Nash got caught in the lie, and once again, he stayed in contact with Diddy even after all of his testimony. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, wow. So he thinking of suing Diddy, but he like the lawyers, like Donaldson said, you didn't tell Miss Comey that you were planning on suing Mr. Combs, or did you? No. And then all of a sudden he see how people do though, and this is the crazy part about this. So when he first asked him the question, he was like, no, I don't do federal court. You say, you listen, and here it is. You see it right here. Donaldson, you hired a civil lawyer, Mr. Dunn, to represent you considering litigation against Mr. Combs. Nash, no. Donaldson, does this document show that? Oh, it's their assumption. What? You see what I'm saying? This Nash, see how people, when they think that they're that smart and they're not, and they reveal themselves right here in plain sight? It's their assumption. Whose assumption? You signed a civil litigation, basically to hire a lawyer, right? An attorney-client agreement, right? No, it's their assumption. But no, I have counsel to protect me, but I don't do federal court. No, you're not going to do federal court. Your lawyer is going to do federal court, right? So what do you do, Nash? State court? You see what I mean? Come on, y'all. Combs, Donaldson, on March 10th, 2025, did you tell Miss Comey that you are considering a civil complaint against Mr. Combs? No, because that's what it was. It was not their assumption. See how the truth gets revealed? So he already done lied. Lie number one. Come on, man. Stop it. This is the part, like I said, when people talk about, oh, man, I don't need to defend Diddy. Look, he got Donaldson. He got Garrett Ghost. He got 5 other lawyers still. He got 10 lawyers in there, man. He lawyered up. So when people say that, man, please don't get it twisted. We over here really deciphering and digesting the information that's being processed, right? Amazing, man. Dude, he getting caught up. That's all. Hey, Gerald, no, I don't need to run the narratives. The narratives run themselves. My thing is, my only hope is the people that are listening and watching and digesting this information, right? Hopefully they're understanding, like, you know, what people do. This happens every day in life. This happens every day. But we getting a chance to see it in a courtroom where people, you know, who think that they're smarter than everybody else, right? Get a chance to be shown that they're actually not. And it's like, you know what? He was better off staying home than he was coming to court, because right now he's going to be exposed. Lie number one. He just got caught. And like I said, for me, I could care less about, you know, what his sexual orientation is, what he believed, what he studied, or any of those things. You know, that really wouldn't matter to me. Yeah, I'm here for the information. Uh-oh, here we go. Boom, boom. Smash, y'all. Let's go. Nash, this is the 2016 Bad Boy Reunion show. Donaldson, did you pick out that dress? Nash, I don't remember. Uh-oh, now Nash not remembering. Nash got a little slight case of amnesia. And he was just when he was going on direct examination, he knew everything. He remembered everything, right? Donaldson, you didn't start as a celebrity stylist. It was that Mr. Combs introduced you to Cassie, right? Nash, I met her, Mrs. Fine. So, right. So, they got Nash pump faking. Nash out here pump faking like he a celebrity stylist, right? Donaldson calling him out. Look, Diddy giving him the information too. He's like, nah, he wasn't no stylist when I met him. You know what I mean? He was just a regular dude. I gave him a shot. You know what I mean? So Donaldson asked him, you didn't start as a celebrity stylist. It was that Mr. Combs introduced you to Cassie, right? Nash, I met her, Mrs. Fine. See? See, now hold on. Did y'all catch that? Did y'all catch that? I told you Nash was going to be sarcastic. I met her, Mrs. Fine. So he's talking about Cassie's married name now. See how he's being sarcastic now? A little snarky and sarcastic. I met her, Mrs. Fine, right? Stop it, man. Oh, man. Wow. Hit the like button. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up, man. We up in here. Wow. Right. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Line number 2. He's an A&R. Right. See what I'm saying, Jay Sinatra? And then you see the last little snarky remark. So the lawyer Donaldson asked him, you didn't start as a celebrity stylist, right? It was Mr. Combs who introduced you to Cassie, right? And Nash was like, I met her, Mrs. Fine. He said, Queen for Life said, I hate when juicy fruits do the Jezebel spirits. This is funny, man. I told you Nash is very entertaining, man. Oh, man. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we not telling nobody what to think, man. That's what we don't do over here at Straight Game TV. We're not telling nobody what to think. We want you to think for yourself. We want you to critically think for yourself, right? To really see the seriousness of what's going on. But like I said, you can't help, even the people in the courtroom, the judge and people in the courtroom when Nash is talking, you know, they even add laughter to it. So, you know, he's a hell of a character from that perspective. Look, and check it out. Look, and see now what they were trying to do. Let me give you some game. What they were trying to do. See, he's claiming to be a stylist, right? Remember, it was testified to earlier from Mila, the makeup artist, right? That Diddy was the one who was really critical of what Cassie would wear. So when Donaldson asked him, "Did you pick out that dress?" Nash, "I don't remember," right? So when Nash says he doesn't remember, he know he didn't pick the dress out. He know he didn't. He's not a celebrity stylist. A stylist goes shopping for a person, right? A stylist, he said he met with them once a week, right? A stylist goes shopping with you or for you, you know what I mean? And all of those things. So at the end of the day, yeah, when he asked him, it was another trick question. Did you pick out that dress? Nash, "I don't remember." Donaldson, you didn't start as a celebrity stylist. It was that Mr. Combs introduced you to Cassie, right? "I met her, Mrs. Fine." That shit funny, dude. Oh, man. Oh, man. Uh-oh, here we go. Let's go. Mr. Donaldson, so it's Mr. Combs who made you a celebrity stylist. Nash, "Sure, go ahead." I told you, y'all. I told you. He out here 52 faking, man. He out here pump faking, man. He out here pump faking. He out here pump faking. They got this dude, this clown on the stand talking about, "I'm a celebrity stylist and I do all of this, that, and the other." Look, I told you they're going to put him all the way out in the streets, man. Huh? What Donaldson say? Donald said he a great attorney too. Donald say, so it's Mr. Combs who made you a celebrity stylist. Nash, "Sure, go ahead." Donaldson, "I'm going ahead." Oh, so it's getting quite contentious now, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting quite contentious now. He said, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." Donaldson says, "I'm going ahead." Oh, you know they was ready for him, right? As a celebrity stylist, you pick clothes. I just told y'all before they even said it. This is what a stylist does, right? I know one, right? So check it out now. You pick clothes like Mrs. Fine's wedding, right? Nash, yes. Donaldson, do you know Groovy Lou? Yes. Now, Groovy Lou, I think Groovy Lou is a stylist. I think I heard of the name Groovy Lou before, ladies and gentlemen. Nash over here fronting, man. Nash over here fronting, man. This is funny, dude. This is funny. I told you I told you he was faking, man. So when he asked him, like I said, as you see in the prior, the prior testimony, the one above this one, right? When he asked him, "Did you pick out that dress?" Right? Nash was like, "I don't remember." You a stylist. How you don't remember if you picked out a dress for Cassie? You know when you picked out a dress for somebody, if you styled them. You know what I mean? As a stylist, you know this information. Man, what did they got going on here, man? See, they should have known better. So I'm interested in to see what the redirect gonna look like when the prosecution try to come back up. I mean, because if they did it for all of the salaciousness, they gonna prove like this dude's a liar, man. See, Diddy giving them all the information. Groovy Lou, Mike was the guy, whoever. Like I said, don't that sound like a stylist name? Groovy Lou. You know what I mean? Wow. Oh, man, this shit is crazy, man. This is crazy. Hella entertaining. We want to thank Nash for this great entertainment, man. Yeah, we want to thank Nash for this great entertainment here. He has definitely made this an unboring day, right? Absolutely. We deal with none of the shenanigans. Straight gang, man. Straight gang. Gavel to gavel. Tell a friend. Hit the like button. Hit the share button. Let's get the likes up, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you guys for being over here. See what we talking about. 313 said, Thug Living said, laughing out loud, peaches. Them witnesses are all weak. Salute them back. DJ Crazy K, what's good? Cut Creatives. Gerald Piper's Queen for Life. 313 Thug Living. Alvin in the house. Ann and Anna Lee, what's good? Welcome back. Jay Sinatra. A Black Rocker. He said, stop my siren every time. No, I'm just saying, I'm trying to give the energy as I see him. You know what I mean? Earlier when he first came on the stand, he was like, the prosecutor showed him a picture of himself, and he was like, it's amazing. I'm like, oh, okay. I peeped through it already. I'm like, okay. You know, anybody that you say or show them somebody, and they would call themselves amazing, right? Like, you know what I mean? That's not something we as men do. We don't do that, right? He said, Jay Sinatra say, thank you, Nash. Yeah. At least I don't call myself amazing. Not like that. I may call myself a hell of a guy. You know, I'm a hell of a guy, you know. I try to do the best I possibly can do at all times, ladies and gentlemen. You know, being a father, a husband, you know, all of those things. I try to be the best I possibly can be. Combs, Donaldson, as head of Bad Boy, it was Mr. Combs' interest that his artist, Cassie, looked good, right? Nash says, I suppose. What you mean, Nash? You the stylist, dude. You supposed to say, yeah. Donaldson, and Bad Boy paid for Cassie's studio time, right? Nash, yes. Donaldson, Miss Ventura can't go to the studio under, I would say unless Mr. Combs pays, correct? Like I said, sometimes it's typos, right? But I'm taking that as Donaldson, the lawyer's asking Nash, Mrs. Ventura can't go to the studio unless Mr. Combs pays, correct? This is crazy, man. See, because like I said, when Nash first got up on the stand, he was trying to appease the prosecution, I guess, from that perspective, you know, telling his side of what he understood. Like I said, I don't doubt what he's saying. Like I said, I have a classification for what that is from what I understand. Like I said, it was domestic situations that he was privy to being around Diddy and Cassie. You know, so much so he stayed, you know, he got choked out, still didn't leave. So see where we at, ladies and gentlemen. See where we at. Let's go. Come on. Nash is in the building. So basically, they trying to establish, you know, that Sean P. Diddy Combs basically paid for everything. Unlike Nash was saying, you know, Nash said he was choosing songs. Remember? See, this one, when you go back, he ain't even a stylist. You know, he was like, basically, the prosecution asked him, So what was your job? He was like, I was choosing songs. It's like, man. They asked him, well, how much of Cassie's music would you say was released? He was like, if I'm being generous, I would say 10%. Man, he don't know none of this shit, man. Come on, man. He testifying to things he's not even privy to. Uh-oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm on you. I'm on you. I'm going to bring it to you like you needed to be brung, man. Here we go, y'all. Donaldson. What is Young and Reckless? Nash, a streetwear clothing brand. Cassie owned a part of it. Donaldson. Mr. Combs had nothing to do with it. Nash. He had to approve everything. Donaldson. Wasn't Brianna Bongolan involved? As stylist. Well, if Brianna was involved in Nash, what was you doing if she was the stylist, man? I'm just saying, man. Because they about to fold you up, man, and send you back to L.A. on a Spirit Airlines flight, man. Stop playing, man. They about to fold him up. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. I'm trying to figure that out. Country 87. Yeah, you see what I'm saying now, right? What is the financial gain Capricorn done. They cross-examined her yesterday. She said she was kidnapped and she wanted her job back too. It seemed like everybody, look, motherfuckers getting choked out, kidnapped and everything, but they want their job back with working for Diddy. I don't understand it. What's going on? A lot of trauma bonding. That's what they call it. It's a lot of trauma bonding, man. People being choked out. Nash said he was choked out. Diddy slung him off his back, threatened him. He said he would keep $1,000 in his backpack in case Diddy would get mad and he would need to go to a hotel where he didn't want to use his name. Listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. I have never been to a hotel yet where a person goes into the hotel and you don't have to show some kind of ID. You know what I mean? And you could go to a high-end hotel and you could tell them not to use your name. You know what I mean? You can give them a code word. That's what Diddy was doing. They was giving code names. And if a person didn't know the code name, they couldn't know that you were staying at the hotel. And that's not even nothing that you would ask. That's a hotel privacy policy issue. You know what I mean? They can't just tell the person that you staying there. You would have to know the room number. You go in and say, Johnson room number 517. They'll look at the thing and be like, okay, what's the code word? Do you have another name? Or, they'll say, do you have another name? And you would know the code word, be like, yeah, Black Star, whatever. Oh, okay. And then they call up. Other than that, they ain't giving you no information, man. Stop it. Dude over here, Nash over here, he lying, man. They done caught him in one lie already. And see, what they just got him to mention just now, right, is when Donaldson is asking him this question, this is the funny part. So when Donaldson says, what is Young and Reckless, right? Nash, a streetwear clothing brand. Cassie owned a part of it. Donaldson, Mr. Combs had nothing to do with it. Nash, he had to approve everything, right? Donaldson, wasn't Brianna Bongolan involved? Nash, as a stylist. Hold on. I thought you was the stylist, man. See how they got him to remove himself without even asking him a funny style question. The lawyer changed up the questioning on him, right? See? Man. Better keep his lies straight and make himself look bad, man. Nash had a book deal when he was getting cross-examined. On direct examination by the prosecutors. He was looking good. Right now, he about to lose that book deal. He about to lose the book deal when the defense attorneys get done with him. He gonna lose all credibility, man. He gonna lose all credibility. So hold on. Oh, I got another piece of information right here. Like other former, listen, ladies and gentlemen, like other former employees of Sean Combs, the celebrity stylist Deontay Nash described a complicated ongoing relationship with his ex-boss. He said he and Combs have kept in touch through texts and phone calls, and that the tone of the messages have been loving. Right? Question how he could maintain a relationship with a man who allegedly assaulted him and his close friend. The stylist said, "This man's sanity was my safety." Hold on, y'all. See, they didn't print this part in the thing. I'm telling y'all right now. Listen to me, man. Listen to me, man. Listen to me, man. This wasn't printed through the inner city press, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, there was a question. The question was, how could stylish Nash, right, maintain a relationship with a man who allegedly assaulted him and his close friend, Cassie? The stylist said, listen to what he said about Sean P. Diddy Combs, ladies and gentlemen. This is out of Nash's mouth. It was not pushed by the inner city press. He said, and I quote, "This man's sanity was my safety." He said that Sean P. Diddy Combs' sanity was my safety. He said it was just what I was used to. Ladies, he said it was just what I was used to, ladies and gentlemen. I don't hate him, Nash explained. It's just not in me. Can't make it up, man. I just gave you some straight game right there, man, that I don't think that nobody could. They didn't even, like I said, they didn't even do that one in court. Yeah, they didn't do that one in court. They didn't do that one in court, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on. I'm gonna save that one. That snippet right there. I got to do a separate video about that one, ladies and gentlemen. Combs, Donaldson says, "Who else were you styling?" They on his ass, y'all. They on his ass. Oh, they on his ass. So basically, Combs, Donaldson, who else were you styling for in 2016? Nash, Cassie, Puff, Mace, Little Kim, Donaldson. Major artist, and on the mixtape, you were executive producer, but got no credit. Hey, look. Hey, listen. Donaldson calling him out, man. Huh? Oh, I love the snarkiness. See, he started with the lawyer. See, the lawyer was, kind of trying to be cool at first when he was said, whatever, go ahead. When he was like, go ahead. And the lawyer was like, oh, I'm going ahead, right? What he say? Donaldson say what? So who else were you styling for it in 2016? Nash, Cassie, Puff, Mace, and Little Kim. Donaldson, a major artist. Donaldson basically major artist. And on the mixtape, you were executive producer, but got no credit. He said Meek Mill was on the mixtape. Nash, yes. So hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Nash done went from a stylist. Oh, he really meant that. Nash done went from a stylist to an A&R manager to an executive producer who basically got no credit, right? Nash says yes. Donaldson, Pusha T. Nash says yes, right? Woo-wee. Man. He said Dre was ripping Nash off for beats. No, like I said, he wasn't, like I said, he's saying that he was doing all of this stuff. We don't really know if he was or he wasn't. That's the cold part about the game. But the lawyers basically, so listen, y'all got to peep that second question. Donaldson, major artist. And on the mixtape, you were executive producer, but got no credit. See, his name is not on the mixtape because he was an executive producer, ladies and gentlemen. He's just saying that. And the lawyer is being sarcastic and asking him that, right? And the lawyer's asking, Meek Mill was on the mixtape. Nash, yes. Donaldson, Pusha T, yes, right? So let's see where they're going at with this, man. This is crazy, man. Oh, man. I told you they was going to have fun with him. And so the cold part, and I think I know where they're going with this. So Pusha T, all of these people were on this mixtape, and Cassie was on the mixtape. So how was it that Cassie was being stifled in her career if Diddy making all of these calls, Meek Mill, Pusha T, and all of these other people to get them on this project, right? So once again, Nash is basically confirming what the defense is trying to prove. Like I said, if you look at the title of this video when I first put it up, you'll understand what I'm saying. It's not going well for the prosecution from the perspective that the defense, every time the prosecution puts up a witness, the defense ends up exposing the witness for the betterment of the defense's side of the argument. Right? We understand the domestic violence. We get that. I mean, they can double and triple down. It was a tumultuous situation, very toxic, to say the least. As we move on, ladies and gentlemen. Nash, can I take a break? Nash need a break, y'all. Nash need a break. That's the first time I've seen the witness need a break. Nash said, "Can I take a break? I need a break. I need a break. So I could break away my pain." Come on, man. Said, Nash need a cigarette. Is what Nash need. Nash need to go out front or out on the patio or the federal courthouse, right? He need a break, man. Judge said yes. The jury leaves. Judge, Mr. Donaldson, how much more? Donaldson, no way I'll be able to finish by 4. They gonna crush Nash. Nash coming back tomorrow, right? Judge, did you know that before I told you the jury, it's before Donaldson, I didn't know. Judge, well, we'll go to 4. The prosecution basically said, I'll rebook. So basically, what they have to do for Nash, I guess they got him in a hotel or whatever, they got to rebook Nash another flight because he ain't going back to L.A. tonight. He going back to L.A. tomorrow. So Nash going to be on the stand tomorrow. So they're going to go till 4. What we got? So they're going to give like 1 more hour of testimony, and I ain't going nowhere. I got to be here for my man Nash. Nash got it going on. Nash needed a break, though. They had Nash up on the stand sweating. He's like, I don't know where they going with this, but I need a break. Oh, man. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get part 2 of this entertainment tomorrow, man. Hey, I am good. You almost had me choke that time, yo. Nash needs a power break. You say Chat Martin sound like some people you work with. Hustle hard. Say wow, laughing out loud. Queen for life. You can't. Hey, Ann and Lee, you can't make this up, man. You can't. You see it live and in person, man. Yeah. I think, like I said, once again, I told everybody, I'm like, look, man, it's one thing to say what you gonna say in the chat room, on YouTube, expressing your opinion and all of that, right? It's another thing when you get up in that courtroom and they tell you to raise your hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So one now, your guard is broken down. You got one side who really wants to use you, right? And you got the other side who wants to expose you. You see what I'm saying? So the prosecution wants to use you, but then the defense wants to expose you, to discredit you. You understand? And so that's the crazy part about testifying in court. And like I said, if one is not being honest, you will be exposed. If you trip up and it's just a mistake, you will be exposed. Just like Nash right now, Nash like, can I take a break? See, when the prosecution was asking him questions, oh, he was all in it. He didn't need a break, not at all. Now the defense is come to get him. Nash, you getting rebooked for tomorrow, bro. You not going back to LA tonight. Yeah. You coming back tomorrow. You will be eating New York pizza tomorrow for lunch. It's a wrap, right? And so that's what that is. That good Costco alkaline water, man. That good Costco alkaline water. Come on, Nash, where you at, man? Nash done cut off the fun, bro. Come on, Nash, don't dip on us like that, man. I say Deontay Nash said he also remained close to a Cassie Ventura, but neither had shared the substance of their testimony against Cohn. The stylist also testified that he was a very reluctant government witness. So he says, you know, didn't seem like that to me. I don't know, Nash. We don't know. I wonder what the jury's thinking, though. You know what I mean? Like, really, though. Like at the end of the day, you know? So, I really, truly, honestly wonder, like, you know, what are they thinking? Like, is this a clown show? Is this some kind of shit show in regards to what's going on here? He's like, Nash sit back. And look, Nash taking that break. He double thinking everything. Now he's like, man, I shouldn't have never did this shit. I'm not going to be able to work in Hollywood ever again. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think so too. Cut creators, they probably tired. Like, what the hell did we sign up for the next 6 weeks? You say Nash at the Nash. What you say? Hey, Money Mike, you say Nash at the airport. He trying to book a flight on his own. He like, the hell with this. He out there talking to prosecutors like, yo, y'all ain't tell me I be doing all that shit. Y'all just told me I be coming to testify. Y'all ain't tell me that they were trying to. Oh, man. Like I said, I don't think the defense knew what they were, you know, like I said, you don't really know where you have to go with a witness until you hear their testimony, first and foremost. So now that we've seen where Nash is at, you know what I mean? You know, yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. And this is earlier right here, right? When they asked Nash, he said, why do you keep $1,000 cash? Nash said, so when Puffy was mad, I could check into a hotel without giving my name. Wow. At no time or no day did Nash ever think about quitting his job. And like I said, when, you know, the most disingenuous thing is when the most disingenuous thing is when you know, they take like a snapshot of what's said in the courtroom and they make it a headline, right? You know what I mean? And it's like you trying to taint the jury of public opinion, if you will, about what's being said. And like I said, everybody here, as we all intelligent individuals, we sitting here getting it, you know, for most of what the important parts are, you know, the gavel coverage, right? And so it's like, okay, you can kind of discern for yourself and say, hey man, that's not what's being exposed. Like I said, right now, you ain't gonna hear you're not gonna hear nothing about how the guy Nash had ulterior motives. You know what I mean? He had a financial motive himself. He hired a civil lawyer, basically trying to go after Diddy, if you will. And all of those things. So lied about it when asked about it on the stand, And now, he done got a little hot under the collar, right? Now and all of a sudden, I need to take a break. You know what I mean? So just from that perspective. So Cassie, this news just broke. Cassie just had her baby. Cassie gives birth after testifying against Sean P. Diddy Combs. So Cassie just gave birth, ladies and gentlemen. This information just then, approximately 4 minutes ago. Cassie gave birth today, roughly 2 weeks after she took the stand as a witness in Sean Combs, a federal sex trafficking trial. A source similar to the matter confirmed basically the baby is her third, with her husband Alex Fine. Ventura announced pregnancy in an Instagram post featuring black and white photos of the family. The single model just spent nearly a week testifying against Sean Combs. Blase blah. They didn't say the sex of the baby or nothing like that. Man, Cassie getting more publicity than she ever got. I mean, be it not for all, I wouldn't say all the right reasons, but yeah, she getting more publicity than she's ever got. She had a boy. She gave a birth to another baby boy. Man. It's like one thing to know, I guess, your partner, you don't know who they've been with. Like, you don't know who they've been with, like, prior to you or whatever. Like, not that you really even care. But, like, for her husband to hear all of that stuff that she heard, like, all of the pictures of the dudes that she had been with, dealing with, Puff Daddy with the freak offs and stuff, it had to be a hell of a pill to swallow, man. You know? Anybody, like, man, like, you know, you thinking that, you know, about this person or whatever. And like, I'm wondering, like, was that his first time ever hearing about that? Or did she sit down with him and be like, hey, you know what? Hey, they trying to stall us out, y'all. They trying to stall us out, man. Yeah, they say if Faith had twins, she probably had two pops. We say 313 Thug Liver say, I'm gone. Is Nash the father? You said the husband, you said Money Mike said the husband knew that's why he fell in love with her? I would hope not. You know what I mean? When you think about the big picture, right? Like you say, but to each his own, everybody, you know what I mean? Just like Diddy, you know, we would never have thought that he was, you know, into the things, you know, we see what we see on TV. You know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, we back. We back. Nash is back. Nash is back, baby. Nash done went out there and smoked the Newport. He back, yo. They're back. Combs, Donaldson. Combs to Donaldson. He says to Nash, nice coat. Nash says, thank you. Donaldson, what size? Nash says, not your size. Nash is salty, man. Nash, I told you he was gonna be sassy with him. Nash said, not your size. Donaldson, right answer. Mr. Combs was the final decision maker, right? Nash, no. Some of them look terrible. Hey, look, they might switch it up and call Nash a hostile witness now, ladies and gentlemen. Nash is a little hostile right now. Nash, they got hostile player. Yeah, Nash is a little sassy right now. What'd he say? Mr. Donaldson says, nice coat. Nash says, thank you. Donaldson, what size? Nash says, not your size. Donaldson says, right answer, right? Mr. Combs, see, all he's going to do now is you see none of the other witnesses came off like this. So right now what Donaldson's going to do, he's going to expose Nash and really try to make him look bad. And now because Nash is under his feelings and Donaldson knows, he's like, okay, well, I got you. Let's go for it, right? Right answer. He said, no, some of them look terrible. Donaldson, you are friends with Mrs. Fine. Nash, yes. Uh-oh, let's go. Let's G to the O. Combs, Donaldson, when's the last time you spoke with Bonner? Nash, yesterday. Donaldson, not about the testimony, right? Right. She saw it on the news. Donaldson, when did you speak to Cassie? Nash, yesterday. I congratulated on her on having the baby. Right? Oh wow. Oh, so they cool like that. like Diggable Planets. Oh, they cool like that. Cool like that. Cool like that. Nash is in, y'all. Come on now. Yeah, we said Queen Flight said the Jezebel sass coming out. Oh man. Wow. This is crazy, man. These, like I said once again, man, you can't make it up, man. You can't make it up. Wow. Let's go, man. Let's go. Say he congratulated on having the baby. That was nice. This guy Nash is a character. You best believe Nash gonna be on somebody's TV show. He's gonna be on somebody's blog, somebody's YouTube channel. Nash come to get it. So like he said he talked to Cassie yesterday, right? He said, well, not about the case. Well, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Wow. Just don't know, right? Just never know. Uh-oh, here we go. They talking about drugs and cocaine and stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Combs, Donaldson, you saw her take drugs, Nash, cocaine, ecstasy, MDMA, Donaldson, mushrooms, and acid. Nash, I'm not like privy to that. Donaldson, not to get into your business, have you used cocaine? Yes. Oh God. Nash was getting high too, man. What's going on, Nash? Credibility. He should have not answered that question. Yeah, he should have not answered that question. He didn't open up Pandora's box with that one. He didn't open up Pandora's box with that one, ladies and gentlemen. Have you used cocaine? Nasty. We're going to call him Nasty. Right, absolutely. Yeah. Everybody was getting high. Everybody was in on it, right? This one old big old party, right? And and when the gravy train is over, right? This is where they end up at. You know, the person with all the power usually end up in the defendant's chair, and the people that was partying and celebrating with you, they end up on the witness stand, pointing the finger at you. It was his fault. He made me sniff it. Unfortunately, man. Unfortunately. Not fortunately, but unfortunately. And Donaldson, he played him with that question. He's like, I'm not like privy to that. Donaldson, not to get into your business. Have you used cocaine? Yes. Right? Okay. We say, well, we got like, 15 more minutes? 15 more minutes, I think that, a testimony. Donaldson, you smoked pot before meeting prosecutors. Nash, yes. And Maureen cut it short, correct? So he's smoking weed before he meeting with the prosecutors, right? Donaldson, you smoked pot before meeting prosecutors. Nash, yes. And Maureen cut it short. Donaldson, you told her you were high. Nash, that I was smoking. Donaldson, making a video costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not necessarily. We're gonna see where they're going at with this. Dude coming to prosecutor's office high. He's still dealing with, like I said, dude, you could have waited to smoke, right? Evidently, Nash couldn't wait to smoke. Yeah, I told you when they said he needed a smoke break, right? He wanted to go and smoke. He needed a smoke break. I need a smoke break. I'm trying to smoke away his pain, man. He asked him, he said, nice coat. He said, what size is it? He said, not yours. He's like, right answer. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Been a very entertaining day, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. While the jury was on break, the defense attorney Xavier Donaldson told the court he likely would not be done with cross-examination celebrity stylist Deontay Nash by 4 p.m., which was not well received by the judge, right? The judge said Donaldson should have raised this earlier before the court decided to let the testimony go later than usual so that Nash could finish his testimony and catch a flight back to Los Angeles. Prosecutors noted that Nash has not been combative on the stand, and that some of Donaldson's questions appear less than pressing, such as how would you define stylist, right? Like, come on, whatever, dude. Now, I wouldn't say that. I like I said once again, I would think it was more on in the line of trying to find out, was he really who he said he was? You know, 1 minute he's a stylist, next minute he's an A&R manager, next minute he's an executive producer. You know what I mean? So yeah, we waiting for the update. Waiting for the update. So how I see it is a revolving door, Fatima. Justice for Biggie. You heard what Suge Knight said about Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. talking about Biggie. The question is, because a lot of people, they not really ask, is did Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. Get immunity for the murder of Biggie Smalls? Reggie the Rat Wright Jr. has not come out and spoken about that. Yeah. Donaldson say he mushrooms, acid. Say you smoke pot before meeting prosecutors. Nash. Yes. And Maureen cut it short. Donaldson, you told her you were high, that I was smoking. Donaldson, making a video costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Nash, not necessarily. Yeah, I think so what we got? It's like Dougie Fresh, you're on. 6 minutes. Let me see something. Yeah, I heard about that too, Mo Better. He's like, yeah, Puffy should walk free. I mean, like I said, once again, if you're paying attention to any of the evidence, man, what they said that they had, they don't really have. So, not that I think he should walk free, but you know what I mean. It's innocent until proven guilty. Whatever what's the name, but like I said, I don't think nobody should go to jail for something that they didn't do, though. You know what I mean? Or because somebody says that you did something because you did something else, and they try to hold that up against you and say, hey, look, he's a bad person, he's this, he's that. Even though you can't find that he did this, you should send him to jail anyway because he did that. You know what I mean? When what they're basically showing you is not even been charged in any kind of criminal indictment. That's just how I feel from that perspective. So, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, yup. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I always say, yeah, like I said, black and brown missing voices. Yeah, this case is from the hearsay files, man. It has nothing to do with the reality of what they told us it was about. You know, a lot of fluff, a lot of nothing, right? And so you know me, I'm not wasting you guys' time. Basically, it's a wrap. I believe they're adjourning. Great cliffhanger though. Dude said he was meeting with the prosecutors and he was high, right? So like I said, if you have not, ladies and gentlemen, boom, got the book, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur on Amazon. You got to get this book. I don't want to give too much information out of the book, but I recently did an interview on the Art of Dialogue with the author, Donald Richardson, no relation to me, and you guys should be seeing that soon. Like I said, it's a hell of a book. You got to check it out. It's on Amazon. As you see, like I said, he said on the back, it said, I believe people need to know the real Tupac Shakur, not the image the world saw, but the man he truly was. Not just the thug life, but real life. We did times behind the walls together. I watched him up close wrestling with the storm inside of him. He was caught in the war between the revolutionary he was born to be raised to be and the gangsters the streets demanded that he become. His soul was tugged in two directions, the calling of his purpose and the grip of his environment. And that inner war, it wasn't just his. It represents the struggle of entire generation. Like I said, yo, ladies and gentlemen, this book right here is nothing but the truth. It's on Amazon. Yo, like I said, I don't know if you like to read, but it's a short read. I think like 106, 108 pages or something like that. Check it out. Like I said, more importantly, and we'll be back with you guys tomorrow to continue with Nash on the Gavel to Gavel on Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Your boy DELRAY, Straight Game.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother